Good morning, everybody. Oh, I'm later than I thought. And I thought I was semi-mostly on time. LOL. L-U-L. Hopefully we didn't miss anything. Wait, seriously? Apparently Schwen's already up 1-0, what? Oh, jeez. Please. Oh, jeez, who's who? Okay, Duduju's Incas. This is too hard when they're both in Chinese. Hit them with that Dudu-Ju. Their name in English? Yeah, seriously. Alright, guys, here we are. Game number 2. Oops. We'll have Schwen in the red, apparently won the first game, as the Shu to the north, and to the south in the blue as the Incas. It will be Dudu-Ju. If only I could play copywritten music. Schwan? Schwen? Isn't it pronounced like Schwen? Oh, Shue. Ah, yes, yes. Start so early? I don't know, Daniela. It's a struggle. Like, it has to start early and I have to wake up. And I went to bed early last night. I went to bed at 11 something. Alright, here we go. 5 militia drush from Incas. We've seen it a lot. It's mostly been successful. I think the last time I saw it, it did fail. Hills are forced to flee, though. Alright, those wolves are going to need to get themselves quick-walled in. But you get your 5 straggler trees, and that's it. Yeah, got some walls coming in there. What? Is that another random bot comment? Had to finish some? I have no idea. Alright, well. Schwen still has no idle TC time. He's still slightly ahead in resources and is about to click up. The issue is that, again, you only have your 5 straggler trees, so once those are gone, you are on a one-way trip to Frown Town. It's very annoying. Well, that's kind of the whole point of the map. All right, so we have Duduju clicking up. Now it's going to be about, can you keep the pressure on before Schwen's going to be able to just go out across the map with some ranged units. But again, you are running out of stragglers very quickly, guys. I mean, you've got just a little bit more wood left. One archer on the way. Yeah, it's pretty close, guys. He only had 16 wood left on that tree, but it was able to just get that lumber camp out. Outside forests? The issue is there really aren't any. Not close by. Not in this version. Like, look how far away it is. Oh, looks like that bill was able to make it home. And now Duduju with a nice res collected lead for now. Double bit axe is only just now on its way. There's no way for you to be able to afford a mining camp, though. Double range coming in behind this as well. Duduju just with one Vil on gold. Oh, is this going to be the legendary double range skirmisher play? Oh. If in doubt, skirm it out. You know how it goes. For fletching, that would make sense. I think you still prioritize men-at-arm over fletching. You know your opponent can't have that much gold for archers. You can see that Schwen is still mostly making the skirmy bros. So just picking up men-at-arms would be a great way to actually like force engagements. But we'll see here. Obviously, he doesn't have a blacksmith yet, regardless. Skirm's immediately going after the archer. Just a little bit. Wait, I guess Town Watch came in. Got another archer out, and so far, good hit there for our red player. Militia running into the TC, although there's only one Vil nearby. Well, if you're an archer, you die to the best unit in the game, the skirmisher, so it's pretty sad. Here come the swordsmen. Still, no men-at-arm upgrade. Just not something Duduju is prioritizing. Instead, they're gonna seek to lock down the farms and to maintain his skirmisher production. I mean, this is just so awkward here for Schwen. Second range is now coming in, but it's just you're behind. Your opponent's been able to save so much food on all of these units already. Really don't even have any Vils you can garrison inside the TC. And yet, Schwen hasn't actually lost anything. At least nothing major. So he does have that going for him. Taking some extra food there on the outside. Oh boy, it's party time, guys. Maybe a tower right here. Are these Vils really gonna say it's robot fighting time? Uh-oh. What is this tower? Does homie just not care? I swear, these Chinese players are just built different, guys, when it comes to towers. Here we go! robot slur? Ooh, that's a good question. I don't know. I don't know any good robot slurs. I guess I'm not racist enough towards robots. Animatist. Look at this not carbon-based life form. LOL. Alright, guys, we have some Vills punching down the tower. Of course, Vills fully garrisoned in the other one. Well, got another tower in. Again, Schwen does have a bunch of Vills on stone. And this defense, it feels like it's kind of working, guys. Repairs are here as needed. And still just some more skirms coming in. I honestly wonder if it might have not been a better idea to pick up men-at-arms. That said, the farming infrastructure here is looking pretty solid. Although, this placement, it leaves a lot to be desired. You need another mill here, honestly. There's only 4 farms on the other side. Although you are taking from those forage bushes. Anyway, when in doubt, skirm. Oh, but look at that eco balance. Oh, 6 Vills on gold there was definitely a huge mistake. Those are just resources you don't have to play with right now. Oh, it's so many skirms, guys. Remember, it was immediate double range skirm. And then Duduju's been just producing skirms at least as non-stop as he can. Oh, no. Oh, no. Well, those are the first 2 dead villagers, and, you know, Duduju's not maybe that far away from Castle Age. Another lumber camp might not be a bad idea, though. Oh, but that tower's getting low, and Schwen is kind of defending still. Just make another tower. Remember, guys, if at first you don't succeed, tower again. And those Vills are going to get threatened. That skirm picked a really bad day to leave the archery range, deleting the barracks as well. Oof. Yeah, Schwen is never going to age up, and Duduju's going to click up in just a second. The eco disruption is just monumental. Plus all the food savings. I mean, again, Shu, like, they're fine. But they're never an exciting civ. I'm never like, wow, look at all this, look at this really strong thing the Shu can do. Except, I guess, if you're going for the War Chariot Rush, but even that's getting nerfed next patch. With White Feather Guards and Chuko Arbs, I mean, like, I've played that in the campaigns, and that's felt good against the other 3 Kingdom civs, but that's about all I've ever seen or done. But yeah, even if it's a double gold army composition, the White Feather Guards are so cheap on the gold cost that it feels very manageable. Oh, and now we get to enjoy DEing really hard. And we are all tied up at 1-1. They actually made the same number of skirmishers, but of course behind it, you're able to get, look at this food collected difference. Holy cow, that is very significant for Duduju. That's like, what, 1,200 food? That plus the Inca food discount, yeah, you're getting to a faster castle edge. On the land, I think these are still online. Do you think I have a command I set up? Come on now. Come now. Wow, these guys are so fast. We're already going to Badunas. Here's our corgi. Lazy. Yeah, that's more like it. I mean, Fodler's been pretty busy recently. Now that my parents are back home, Dash has a full family to take care of him as he so desires. Get all the peanut butter, Dash? Oh, we might have missed some. Now we go underneath my desk. Norther putting in work for me. I don't know what that means. Ah, screwing it up as always. There we go. Alrighty, guys, game number 3 here will feature Duduju in the blue as the Chinese, a civ I've only seen lose once on this map. Oh, whoa, 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 that's gonna be a really awkward boar lure. Yeah, 5 seconds idle time, guys. Oof. That's it. Persians are probably going to be one of the civs that are at least better at keeping up economically. And it's like, no civ is going to even feel even okay against Chinese on this map. Again, because you can just mill instantly and gather food with your villagers. With 3 of your villagers with the shorefish before the TC's even completed. So even though you start with negative 100 food, you still only have now 5 seconds idle time. But at least the villager discrepancy is something you can catch up a little bit quicker with Persians, you know? Silver linings, right? Right, guys? But you're also gonna get that extra boar. You have 6 goats hanging out right there already as Duduju, so his food income is gonna be quite solid. You got 4 goats there. And looks like this Phil's gonna be going off on an adventure to pick up the wild boar here to the north. Oh! No dice on that one, Duduju. Gwen's gonna be able to get that one. Very polite boar. Oh, these 1 tile gaps are always so weird to lure boars through. But honestly, well done here for Schwen. Salom. I mean, you're still like a vill and a half behind, I guess, as red. Like, you are slowly catching up, I guess. Linge Cup? Yes. Honestly, this should be a very close match. What the Linge Cup taught us is that right below Yo, there are a lot of very close players in skill level. Duduju on his way up to the feudal age, though. Look at all these goats he has, man. Holy goats. I guess he's been sending a villager around or something. I don't know how else he pick up all that many goats. A lot. The VV, yeah, this is basically the VV Invitational. With Lix getting disqualified, that, which is like, oh my god. It should be VV's qualifier to lose at this point. Disqualified? Oh, Liquipedia says he was streaming without delay, his set, so despite winning 3-0, he was disqualified. Yep. Lix received an admin loss for streaming without delay, despite winning 3-0. The admin gave him a warning? For the disqualification? There's Nilly. I mean, when Microsoft asks for the DQ, it means Nilly asks for the DQ. Oh, that's so funny. I don't know who else at Microsoft, or rather at World's Edge, would be like, okay, this is, Oh, he's even gonna get the other goats over here? Oh, no. Duduju is just living in the land of goats. Alright, some scouts coming in. We got the range here as well, so no fast castle shenanigans. And look, I mean, look at this, guys. The rest collected is actually pretty close. The build numbers are also quite close. Honestly, if it wasn't for those 16 freaking goats, man, you're not going to need another farms for the next year. And there's even 3 more goats. I mean, you're literally going to have almost 20 goats in your base. Rules are rules? I mean, I think that World's Edge is really trying to lock down competitive integrity. Well, remember that if you're streaming live, you also have the ability to look at your chat. Because I think DoYu still has their own version of chat, just like Twitch does. Out. When? Hello? What? I mean, I'm not one to throw around the S word, but I feel like we really need to right there. Gets some kills there, and I mean, Xuen is still taking a good fight overall, but obviously no reason to lose that Vil. Tower goes up, but I mean, this tower doesn't really feel great. I mean, it protects the Vils in the short run. Yeah, I couldn't say. So what was the drama with Duduju? I don't remember any drama with him. This docks half the Chinese community? What? Oh my goodness. Ezio level toxic? Oh my god. That is hilarious. Well, archers are coming in. Isn't Xuen just like a kid too? Dashboard chat? No, I guess I wasn't paying attention. I guess I'm really only looking at the dashboard when I'm streaming, and then I'm also paying attention to Twitch chat, not really looking at the dashboard chat. Well, Xuen is taking a bit of a resources lead. Well, he's getting a lumber camp up over there at least. The new AoE zone, yeah. Do I think I even have it minimized. Yeah, I have it minimized. The verified player chat, is that it? Honestly, T90, El Matador, No Zombie, Salsi Choto. I mean, yeah, it's just a few feedbacks. Yeah, nothing that crazy, at least in the past couple days. Alright, Vil count is even. Res collected is in favor of the Persians player, so maybe Persians are one of those few civs that can compete economically. Good fight there for Xuen as well. And yet, Duduju is getting walled up eventually. Is a lot closer to Castle Age in terms of resources. Still get the market coming in, get 21 Vils on food for each player, second archery range coming in here for Duduju, and it's skirmidin time. Villagers coming over here to the east. Just to take another pond. Still, Xuen is going to be getting a better uptime. And honestly, maybe going... In this matchup, guys, would it not even be a bad idea to go for, like, Fire Lancers? And then, like, maybe some Rocket Carts and some Skirmishers or something? And, like, go for a push that way? I mean, you're very, very close. And I feel like Persians are not a civ that would really love dealing with Fire Lancers. And like skirmishers. I mean, to be fair, Chinese have always been like the best Bedouin civ. You know, at least up there at the very least. Chinese, Hindustanis, Spanish, Mayans have always kind of been the top picks for this map. Persians are at least always solid. I would always say like a tier below, but decent enough. And you can see that Xuen's playing them quite well. And look at that micro, man. And to be fair, he's got a lot of archers. Got the stable out. He's got one scooter bugging on the map. You do have that +1 defense in as well, but there's just so much damage coming in, and great fights right here for Xuen. I mean, with Licks gone, I think that Xuen might be the best challenger in this bracket to Vivi. Now, I still favor Vivi over everyone else, but I do think that Xuen might give him the closest matchup, but I think he's on Vivi's side of the bracket, if I remember correctly. Those Vils are fleeing. Got 4 Vils on stone, so Duduju can just add in another TC, no problem. Scout gets sniped there. I mean, second TC coming in for Duduju, but how can he buy time? Vodkin is on its way and is immediately canceled. Huh. Okay, so we got Skirm Bro Bod. What are these guys? It says they're 2,300 and 2,478. That is a little low. I would say they are at least 100 elo higher than what this says here. They're quite good. Elite bod bow. That's basically me if I'm archering. I got an elite bod. And then, you know, if I'm archering, I have a bow. That's me. Oh, another couple kills there. Top. Yeah, I mean, their ladder elo might be a little bit lower right now, but I've been casting the Chinese players a lot recently because I was doing Linghei Cup. And yeah, both of these guys are very good. Market coming in. I do think Xuan is the favorite, though. Yeah, still can't even afford a single rocket cart yet. I mean, look at this resources lead here for Xuan. Just keeping his opponent in the corner. He's got his own siege workshop coming in. Persians with 2 TCs, keeping that eco humming. The eco upgrades are also looking a lot better. And there's another lumber camp coming in, but, I mean, what is Duduju to do? Can't get out of his base. He's got no gold. Bunch of crossbowmen here. Baby shark. Some more kills there. I will never forget being at a UNESCO World Heritage Site in Korea. The old UN refugee, that's not really like a slum, but kind of like a slum in Busan from the Korean War, where all the refugees were fleeing to the southeast. And they had freaking Baby Shark playing at a UNESCO World Heritage Site. It was so weird. All right. Rocket cart coming in. Gonna need to get some very good trades, though. I guess gonna try and get some stone mining here as well. But I mean, 3 TCs for Persians. That eco is absolutely flying. And just clips one archer there, does the rocket cart. Their range is down. Bodkin just now in, and I mean, these skirmishers don't really do a whole lot. It's all going to come down to the rocket cart mangonel micro, and that is not at all how you want to start it. I feel like I am never just, like, I was never impressed by rocket carts, guys. They just always feel so underwhelming. And handcart coming in too for red. That eco is just super, super efficient. Okay, that trade is easy. Even. Admins, and there's GG. Wow. Chinese losing here once again, and that was just Xuan's fantastic play. I mean, Duduju even had a very good start. He had minimal idle TC time, he had all of the goats that he took, and he killed a villager, but Xuan, showing that if you take good fights and keep your own eco-efficient behind it, you know, you have a good enough civ here like Persians, yeah, you'll do work. Admin enforcing the rules? I mean, It's one of those situations where you really can't complain if an admin is enforcing the rules like that. But Live there? I have no idea. Yo is from Fujian, I know that. I don't know where anyone else is from. Anyway, I'm gonna go get some coffee, guys. But yeah, rocket carts are like mangonels, but again, this is just like my opinion. It feels like they're a little bit harder to micro, and they have 5 plus HP. What's up? Oh, weird Civ pick. I didn't bother bringing up the civs or the drafts just because they've been getting into the games like instantly. Alrighty, here we are, Ring of Reeds. Look at this. Schwen LV is going to be the red Portuguese to the north of the map. And to the south in the blue as the Vikings. Tournament life on the line, it will be Duduju. Won game number 2 with a very good 5 Inca militia drush. And then followed it up with double range skirmishers, but apparently he lost game number 1. We didn't see that. It was very short. And this is going to be for all the marbles, and Vikings just do not feel like a good civ here at all. I mean, it's not a map where you're farming a ton very quickly, since you're gathering from the shorefish or the food in the middle. It's not a map where you really ever make galleys, because you just make a couple fire ships to sail around. So I really don't know what would make Vikings good here. And then beyond that, you're just worse than Portuguese. You have a way worse tech tree, and Portuguese have the gold discount. Disqualifier? Yes, Licks got disqualified.
Win.
That's what happens when you stream without a delay. The hammer of Nilly comes down. With no survivors! All or nothing. Rocket Car has seen some chip damage. That's, I'd say, fairly reasonable. Since the rocket cart missiles are, you know, the mangonels, it's actually just like one projectile that does almost everything. And the other projectiles just deal 1 damage. Whereas in, with rocket carts, everything does equal damage. So they're both docking the middle here. I wonder if this is something that the Chinese players were training with, because this is not something we saw in the international qualifier. Have them replay the set, but then checked with MS, and MS said ban. Is that what Heavenly Chorus said? Yeah, I'm a little surprised at the dock over a mill as well. I mean, also, Duduju is heavily investing vills here, and I guess Vikings do have that cheaper dock. After asking admins, oh, it's perfectly symmetrical violence. Alright, Xuan's gonna click up here on 19 pop. And Duduju just might be one bill later. Yes, he is. Xuan a little bit of idle TC time, though. Galley defense, but a fire galley would probably just be better, right? Maragugu? Oh, no. Maragugu is a fun guy, man. He's a goofball. Alright, Barracks coming in here at the back, and so far the Vil micro's been very good here for Xuan. I mean, look at all this damage that's been taken by Blue. Followed or else. Nilly takes all this very seriously. You can't say he doesn't care about his job. I just know from all the handbook discussions that we've had. Not me and Nilly personally, but like group discussions with the various tournament organizers. Yeah, great micro so far here from Ren, and there's the kill. He's German. That's true. Goofball. Oh, man. Why didn't Margugu and Bugum exist in the same universe, guys? Think of all of the French to Belgian jokes that could have been made. But yeah, this is what I'm saying. Like, the fire galleys make so much more sense here. To know... Oh, absolutely. Like, it's one of those things that I can't be upset with the admins for enforcing their own rules. Or, you know, Microsoft for saying that, okay, these rules need to be adhered to by anyone in our tournaments. But yeah, look, this Blue just has way more Vils over here. That said, that Vils... yeah, she's gonna die. And more Vils are coming forward. Oh, jeez. Okay, guys, this is getting really wild. This really has to be some sort of Chinese practice meta, because I have never seen a game like this on this version of the map from the international community. This is really weird. Okay, that's a pretty bad demo. Another fire galley's coming out, but this tower is still alive. You still have 70 stone with which to repair. As long as these... Wait, you're not repairing! What are you doing? That's such a huge blunder, man! What? What? I mean, you're still at 7 villagers killed to 1 lost. So this is still really good for Duduju. But, like, you absolutely should have been able to keep the tower alive. Traumatize every Chinese player, that's also possible. Yeah, I mean, now it should still be basically GG anyway. Man, these have just been really fast, aggressive games. No, this is mainland Chinese only. The Taiwanese players played in the international qualifier, as did the Hong Kong players. This is just a People's Republic of China only qualifier. And even the militia getting that extra 8 HP is pretty handy. Red even trying to come in here with the fishing ship. Going on the outside, yep. Gathering from the fish there at the back. And I mean, I guess, like, if you're taking it this approach, with the forward dock, getting the discount there, a lot of Vil fighting where Vikings get the free wheelbarrow, which is, remember, basically getting that Berber Vil speed boost. Dock here on the outside. I mean, all the walking around too. Honestly, Vikings now feel like they make a lot more sense. Which is funny because, like, again, this is just nothing like how we've seen any of the international games go, where it's been like, okay, maybe there's like a little bit of fighting in the middle. Maybe someone goes for early walling it on the opponent, but then there's mostly just fighting on the outside and taking things to Castle Age. These guys are just going at it. Now, oddly enough, the resources collected are still even, but we have to imagine a 6 villager advantage is going to be pretty hard to come back from. And even if you're getting some, I guess there's still a decent amount of fish left. I guess you can also just fish trap in the middle, even though that'd be kind of weird and not something that I'm used to seeing, but everything about this game has been something I haven't been used to seeing. But it's fun. I like seeing the different metas and like how the different national communities all kind of can develop their own like inter-meta because the players play together so often. I mean, we see that most especially pronounced in the Chinese community because the Chinese community is, one, so large, and two, so separate in a lot of ways from the rest of the international community. But you can also see that with like the Vietnamese community, the Russian community. The French players all play together a lot, etc. The American community. There is no American community. Hello, Bishim. Well, Galley's out over there. There's a stable coming in too, and I mean, Duduju is not horrendously far off from the Castle Age. Although only 9 bills on food doesn't feel especially exciting, but they are fisky mothers. I mean, they are literal fisky mothers, guys. He's qualified? I mean, it says on Wikipedia that he was streaming without delay. And the hammer of Nilly came down with no survivors. Someone needs to make like a GIF of, it's like the super you know, Shiba horny jail dog boink with like a big hammer or a bat, and it's Nilly but with the ban hammer. Without disqualification because it's in the rules. Peanut butter print? Exactly. I like my moving image files like I like my peanut butter. We'll see what I get. No, like I said, Nilly has spent a lot of time gathering feedback from various tournament organizers, including myself. Not that I really have that much to say, because I don't feel like I am the most qualified to talk about everything. Yeah, the Castle Age coming in should be the killer. For yourself, it's a double-edged sword because, in theory, you could get advice from fellow players. You could get coached moments. But, of course, your opponent can also, you know, easily stream cheat, and there's no way to enforce that. Unless you're at a LAN event. Everything? I know. I mean, I try to think things through, at least as best I can, and then give good advice when, you know, when applicable. And I do have experience hosting, administrating tournaments, casting, so I have several different perspectives as someone who interacts with AoE 2 tournaments. But, I mean, relative to, you know, a lot of the other tournament hosts and admins, it's obviously I am not as qualified, nor do I have as big a stake in it, so I try not to, like, be all my opinion is so important. Well, you get bonus damage versus the ships, guys, and you get the extra HP as Vikings. I do think it's a little weird to come out here before Castle Age, but you got your Scout Cavalry back. And, I mean, this game does feel exceptionally over. Oh! Decent demo, but it just kills some spearmen. Oh, man, like, this is just wild. Cuteness of Gaia animals? That I am. Anyway, ties it up, guys. We're going to game number 5. It's in a we had 4 games in an hour. Like, we've had a game average probably like 13 real life minutes. I told you guys this series was going to be close, though. I didn't realize how fast the games would be, but it's very close. Also, new t-shirt, guys. I got my Blackpink tour t-shirt. Oh, man. Love it. Love it. Love it. I didn't see game number 1, but game number 3 definitely resigned, I would say, at an appropriate time. All right, so because I didn't see the draft, it's going to be a surprise, and it will be on Seychelles. Wow, what have I done to disappoint you, Young Jun? Oh, feels bad. All right, guys. Here we are. Duduju to the west of the map in the blue as the Georgians, and to the southeast in the red as the Italians. It will be Schwen. This is for literally 100% of the marbles. And Schwen going to be playing the very solid and steady Italian Civ. Super common on this map. And Georgians here for Duduju. Now here's the thing, guys. Georgians are very solid on hybrid maps, and we see them picked there all the time. You get the free mule carts, it's essentially getting a free lumber camp, and therefore you can get a very early dock, and you can see that Duduju is using that bonus very effectively. There's no dock yet here for Schwen. I mean, Georgians are good, and of course Georgians are just otherwise a very good Civ anyway. But this is a map that can go late quite often. Oh no, Schwen getting housed at 15. Oh, MBL. The spirit of MBL lives on, guys. Just like how after the, the defeat of Morgoth and his expulsion through the Door of Night, how, his spirit and his will lived on throughout all of Middle-earth. Yeah, it's exactly like that. Like, even though MBL was expelled through losing the qualifier, the will and the malice of MBL towards building houses at appropriate times, it lives on. See a Blackpink t-shirt? Yeah, they were in Chicago, and I'd actually never been to a concert before for anybody. So I got a t-shirt to commemorate Blackpink. The Chicago. I also got a poster that's really, really nice. Need to get it framed and put up. It was a lot of fun. Analogy ever? It's all I'm good for. Junior Scheller. If nothing else, I can always make stupid references. Anyway, early lead here for Duduju. He got his fishing ship out faster, with thanks to Georgians, and because Schwen got housed at 15 and had to get Loom. I mean, he still, mostly avoided idle TC time, but maybe there's a little bit of nerves coming in here. Al Bundy, thank you so much for the sub. That's Married with Children, right? Al Bundy? On the colorblind. Yeah. Hey, man, it's black with pink letters on it. I know that much. Yeah, thanks, Al Bundy. Welcome to the Wolfpack. Enjoy the beauty, glory, and majesty of Ornlu Wolf and Friends. Anyway, interestingly, Schwen is docking forward first. Expensive hobby quickly. Well, K-pop groups don't often come to Chicago. We did have Twice perform here, but I've never really been because when I started getting into K-pop, it was in middle school, so most of my K-pop enjoyment and the stuff I listened to was 2009 through 2015-ish. Like middle school and high school for me. But I more recently got into Blackpink, and I mean, like, I've known about Blackpink and, like, listened to them to some degree, but I really got more into them recently, especially when I knew that they were coming to Chicago. But yeah, Twice was at Lollapalooza, but I couldn't afford a ticket. Who performed 2 times in Chicago? Twice performed their first time in Chicago. So it was really more like once. Anyway, 5 fishing ships here, 4 red, and I mean, at least at this point, they aren't going to be getting attacked anytime soon. And here we go, guys. Vills are coming forward. Barracks is coming out defensively, and let's see how Schwen is going to be reacting to this, because right now he still has no real idea as to what exactly is going to happen. Town Watch and Double Bidaxe both coming in, so he is certainly paying close attention here with his Tetris-shaped gold mine. Seeing a good concert? Yeah, that's rough. Towers are forward? Nope. Chinese meta hits differently, guys, and look at this. The stable has been scouted. Already big old palisade wall is getting planned out here. And this could be really bad. There's the spearman here, too, so that's going to be a Deadville immediately here for Duduju. Scout coming in over from the side, but clearly Duduju was not prepared for that. The scout does go down. I mean, the scout could have run away if it wanted to, but it was really trying to get as much damage onto the villagers as possible. Has TCs ever get? I know, it's like I've been saying, it's always interesting to see the different metas within the different national communities. I mean, we see forwarding on this map constantly, so it's not like this is anything that is, you know, unique to the Chinese community, but it's interesting in general to see how much forwarding and Vil fighting takes place. Anyway, Schwen's still 4 Vils ahead, and he's ahead in resources, but, of course, blue... Good scouting? Just kidding. Not good scouting. Didn't see the dock over here at all. Vil fights and tower. Not that much, especially these days. Like, outside of BF, you don't really see a ton of, okay, let's just go forward and go YOLO aggressive. Usually that's just a BF thing. I mean, look at 9 fishing ships. BF, Black Forest. The kids call it RF these days for Rage Forest, although I'm still not entirely sure what the distinction is. But to me, RF is Regicide Fortress, and BF is Black Forest. Alright, galley coming out here. Is this in the middle? Yes, it is. Fire galley's out over here, and it's actually double docked, so I guess he's just assumed that his opponent docked the middle? I mean, clearly he's not stream cheating, because he's sending his fire galley in the exact wrong direction. But, again, maybe this is just something that they have come to expect. Because Red could have just docked over here this whole time, and he only just now scouted it. Means it's a better map? Again, like, what's the difference? Okay, second dock coming in, but Schwen is going to be under a lot of pressure right now. Is the wetness? Oh, is it because of the stupid fish booming thing that people love doing for some reason? That I feel like I'm the only person in the world who doesn't like BF fish booming. Anyway, this is really, really awkward here for Schwen to try and deal with. That Vil is quick walled in. Fish booms are super fun. I just don't like it. There are like 4 civs that have interesting fish booms, And every other civ has a more interesting regular boom, and it's just so snowbally. And it's like, oh, can both your pockets go for a fish boom? And it's like, yeah. Anyway, repairs are coming in. No, that's the thing, is fish booming is always worth it. But that means that most of the civs in the game are not then able to utilize their eco bonuses appropriately. Like, unless you're Japanese, Malay, Italians, or who else? There's like one other obvious civ I'm forgetting that has like specifically interesting fish boom bonuses. Malians? I mean, like, there are civs that have bonuses that can be applied to both fish booming and regular booming. Malians actually would still rather be regular booming because you're using your building discount more. Seeing the Cuban fish boom? Yeah, it's like, oh my god. Like, guys, when you see somebody pick Slav pocket or Teutons pocket and you just see them fish boom, it's like, ugh. Yeah, I said Italians. Italians, Japanese, and Malay are like the obvious fish booming civs, and I feel like there's another one that I'm not thinking of the top of my head. Yeah, if you don't fish boom and your opponent fish booms, you're dead no matter what the situation. Which does not feel right. Especially because, again, pawn distribution isn't always perfect. And it feels like then Age of Empires just becomes a game about fish booming and not a game about, like, actual regular booming. Dravidians actually have, like, the worst fish boom because it takes so long for them to drop off their food at the dock. Anyway, Castle Age is on the way for both, but this is actually better for Duduju. Burgundians can fish boom, but they would rather have a regular boom. Especially because you have vineyards eventually. Oh, another big boom there, and Schwen's losing a lot, guys. Uh-oh. Was not prepared for the big focus. I mean, he did a good job defending here on the land from the scouts, but it was the forward docks that are really doing a number on him. Yes, Wu have a good fish boom. Yeah, if your pawn is forward, and you just can't fish boom from it, and your opponent can fish boom, usually that means the game is just over. Because one side gets a fish boom and the other doesn't get a fish boom, and usually that's a killer move. Not always. I mean, there is more to it than that. I mean, it's not like 100% of the time the end-all be-all, but it's a pretty heavy thumb on the scale, so to say. Anyway, 2 defensive towers, a fortified church, and another TC coming in. This is where Georgians can excel. Well, you can see here, Schwen is still trying to get his eco down, but the scouts are going to come through here. Uh-oh. Wait, what? Something derpy's happening. Oh, and you absolutely had the time to quick wall this as red. Oh, that is just a big mistake. Uh-oh. Spearmen are coming in. Siege Workshop coming in. Crossbowmen coming in for a counterattack. One might even say they are going to launch a counterattack. Burgundians, again, they have a solid fish boom, but I still think they would... Burgundians are a better civ economically if it is land boom v land boom than if it was fish boom v fish boom. Like, relatively speaking, the Burgundian eco is better if both players are going without any fish at all. If that makes sense. Even more attractive, but then the follow-up thought is that, okay, if our pawns are easier to defend and then our opponents are likely to sneak, then if we just play super safe, which you can better afford to play safe if you know you're going to have an economic advantage. It's how Hera wins everything. Then if you just, again, play and focus on defending like that, then you have a huge advantage. Amazing eco on water. Yeah, you have the discounted fishing ships and discounted dock techs. They are and have always been a very strong water civ, but you can see that Duduju, very, very effective with his aggression. 25 kills to 9 deaths, 14 villager kills to 3 losses. And even so, Schwen is ahead because he's been playing that more economic style. I do think in general BF has a lot of strategic diversity, though. But I think that BF has even more strategic diversity if it has, like, at most one pawn per team. Is turtles? Yeah, that is a mistake. You want to take the turtles first since they gather much faster. I did notice that. Okay, Lightcab is coming in here for our Georgians player. It is 3 TCs to 2, though. Still 0 fishing ships for Italians. I was trying to think of some Italian fish dishes. But, I mean, I guess it's like squid. Yeah, I mean, like calamari for sure. But I guess like most of the, you know, Italian-American dishes that I'm used to and grew up with, it's all land food for the most part. I mean, you have like the 7 fishes Christmas thing, but that's kind of its own thing. Sardines? Yeah, certainly plenty of sardines. Anchovies. One Lycav goes down there. Despite the score lead for Duduju, this really does feel like anyone's game right now because Xuen still is the eco lead. Sardines? Yeah, that's true. Tuna spaghetti? So like spaghetti with tuna or spaghetti made out of tuna? Alright. Lycav still running around and still getting some value. Like clams? I'm sure, like, again, I am sure fish is a significant part of the Italian diet in many different locations in Italy, but it's just not something... Or just grilled whole fish with veg? Yeah. Dudu's still at 2 TCs? Well, he was having some fishing ships, but not really adding in any more, and he's still trying to be more aggressive. I mean, I was only in Italy. I was in Florence, which is definitely not going to be the fish city in Italy. And then I was in Rome, which is still probably not going to be as much the fish city. Also, I was in high school, and it was a long time ago. Now, more Lycav raids coming in, guys. You're going to have a ram here, second forward stable. And it's still going to be on Xuen here to try and find a way to defend against this. I mean, this is getting some value, but the thing is the cavalry units here are dying eventually. Firenze. I'm sorry, I didn't, I didn't do it, enunciate it appropriately. Yeah, I went to Paris. I didn't go to, j'adore Paris. Alright, here we are. The castle resources are coming in pretty quickly. Nice night. I remember ballistics is in. That archery range is down, though. There's one more here at the back. And guys, this is actually... It's getting pretty interesting. The macro from Xuen is pretty darn good. He's ahead a lot in the terms of resources, and he's starting to catch back up in the KD. Wheelbarrow actually coming in for both players looks like a little bit of a tactical pause. The highest level Skir Micro into Boom Pros. Again, it's just a little bit different. Assassin's Creed 2? Yeah. I absolutely loved Florence. When I went to Europe in high school with like my AP European history class, I mean, it was a great, really, really good trip. We went to Paris, Florence, and Rome for like 9 days. And Florence was my favorite city. I mean, I liked Paris and Rome a lot too, but Florence was my favorite. It was actually really good for like a high school trip because they let us do a lot of exploring of the cities on our own, which has always been something I feel strongly about in terms of like getting to know the feel of a city, is just being able to wander around it and see, you know, not just hit the touristy stuff. Even though if you go, oh, nice knife there. Even if you go to Paris, like, yeah, you're gonna go to the Eiffel Tower at least once, right? You need to don't just ignore it completely. Yeah, it was a really good trip. Florence? Well, we had to pay for it. It was really just a gift from my grandparents, actually. Because it was like a, you know, once-in-a-lifetime trip. No, you never really go to, like, other American cities unless it's, like, for a competition or something. Or to DC to see government stuff and all the national stuff. Anyway, castle coming in here, guys. You have a monastery trying to be rushed up there, but... Imp is on its way, but can you get there safely? Uh-oh. Alright, some Genbos are going to be on the way. Yes, this is the MTC. It's not likely to go down. I mean, again, this is a lot of dead vills, but blue is still very much stuck in the castle age. Only the 2 TCs. Only a couple of fortified churches, but still doesn't cover most of, especially the farming eco. And it feels like Schwen is sort of absorbing the pressure. Yes, he's taking some damage, but nothing has been, like, catastrophic. Yeah, the Genbos should be really good. You already have Bodkin, you already have Ballistics. And that's going to be really helpful in dealing with the Knights. But the castle drop is also incoming. And remember, guys, this is for all the marbles. I'm sure it's really big for all of these Chinese players to be able to make it to this land. I mean, I'm sure it'd be really, really fun for them. I mean, this is a good castle, guys. This is a darn good castle. Outside, there aren't any fishing ships right now for Schwen. I mean, the Treb can come in soon, but is it inconceivable that you have enough cavalry units to snipe trebuchets and still you're doing a lot to deny your opponent's eco here? It's not like Duduju's eco is bad behind this. It's worse, but not bad. Oh, wow, it's raining heavily. Working towards bombard cannons quickly might be a priority, actually. Whereas trebuchet, racer, those are the first things you need to pick up, but a nice cheap chemistry upgrade. Wait, I need to delete the dock. What? That was weird. Alright, Bosaw will be just now coming in here for blue. Stonewall's on the side. At the very least, if you are slower to imp, like Duduju is, you can at least buy time because you have the map control. That said, a 4th TC is coming over to secure that gold, and remember, the gold is kind of hard to take right now because this one's going to be running low in just a second. We're getting handcart here. Monaspa production has started Monaspaing, and they at least have decent upgrades for being Castle Age units, but still, now that you've... I mean, Italians are an archer civ, right? You're now getting in a much better spot defensively. You're getting your ranged unit upgrades. You've got crossbowmen, and you've got some Genoese crossbowmen. You have crossbowmen just of the regular and Genoese varieties. I don't think Schwen can forward drop a castle. I don't think he can actually leave his base yet, and Duduju is going to click up to imp relatively soon. I do feel like if he was on a 3rd TC, or at least had better fortified churches, this might be a bit better for him. But the game feels like it's in a very good spot for Schwen, despite what the score says. What? What? Why did you delete that? Oh, Schwen must be really having some nerves, guys. Oh, no. I mean, this game with, you know, everything on the line. Again, I think Schwen's a really young player. Like, I think he's a teenager. Oh, boy. That hurts. But that's good for red. He deleted a castle at like 85%. I mean, Imp is still coming in. Blue still has map control, although we'd have to imagine Italians are going to be so much better here on the water, because if we look at the Georgian Navy, no shipwright, no elite cannon galleon. You do have, and no dry dock. Also, you don't have heated shot. More Genbos are on the way, though. And look, this full stone. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa! Oh my goodness, look at this, guys. This is why we cast these qualifiers, man. Look at this. Now, if he doesn't delete it, this is going to be a really good castle. Galleons are coming out here for blue, though. We're Xuen castling now. Oh no. Trebuchet's immediately on the way, but Imperial Age is in for Duduju, guys. The score is dead even. Chemistry and Bracer both immediately coming out. We still have our blue player asserting water control here in the middle. And yeah, Fast Fire Ship is in on the outside, but just not that many overall ships. And again, what makes Seychelles such an interesting map is that in early to mid-game, the middle water control is way more important. But as the game goes on, all of those extra resources on these little atolls and islets are going to be where the game is won or lost. We've seen that several times already. Now you have some extra ranges coming in over here. And of course, the power of the Skirmisher will be necessary here for Duduju if he wants to move on to the next round to face, I think, Vivi. High-level play? Yeah, absolutely. It's just fun to watch. You got careening coming in now for Duduju. That's going to help his own fire ships here against the any galleons, potentially. And there are the skirm upgrades coming in. Still, Italians aren't really the best civ at pushing. I mean, they aren't. Oh, wait, hold on. Who let the fox into the chicken coop? Oh, it's always the foxes in the chicken coops, guys. Oh, no. I mean, again, this is like, it feels like just enough damage here for Duduju. Hard to ask for a better game 5, though. Ballistics and padded archer armor coming in, and eventually you're going to get there with your skirmisher upgrades. More knights raiding over here to the east. No +4 defense in, though. It would be huge, of course, for all these cav units. Still, Georgians missed that final armor upgrade. For their skirmishers, not for the cav, obviously. Land somehow. That does feel like a necessity, for sure. You don't want to make this a naval game with Georgians, as the Georgian Navy is not the most famous historically, although they are a Black Sea civilization, I suppose. Civ win time? I'm not sold on that yet. Cannon Galleon's coming in, but like I said, guys, no elite Cannon Galleon for Georgians. Although I guess you do have Siege Engineers, which helps a bit now. Still, another castle is coming in. We have 2 Siege Workshops here. It's actually mangonels. Oh, that's kind of interesting. Not even prioritizing bombard cannons, just mangoes. Cannon Galleon still demolishing plenty of the coastline. Outside water control, again, it is in favor of red, although it's not like there are a ton of ships or anything. But now you're only on the 1 TC here as blue, and I am just not confident that you have much of a way to stop this. But you do have 3 trebuchets banked up, but it is 5 on the other side. And now we have Condottieri going to be on the way, although they don't have any upgrades as of yet. Still, not a whole lot to snipe these mangonels. And this, you know, transport ship play, absolutely clutch because of the stone walls here. Gwen couldn't have gotten over to Duduju's base otherwise. Scale mail armor is coming in, but that castle is going down. 1 trebuchet has fallen. And you still have 4 trebuchets, which is quite good. Now you got knights and skirmishers on their way. But are the numbers going to be enough? I mean, it is still 54 army, so 44. The army value is still better for Duduju. But does he have all of the units right where he needs them? It feels like the army is kind of scattered out on the map, including a lot of this navy, which is largely ineffectual at the moment. And it's going to be likely more traps falling. That was, I think, a big Mangonel hit. Oh my goodness, 11 kills on that Mango. And Duduju is falling off. GG, well played, at least not toxic in that moment. And Schwen LV, guys, in a very, very back and forth series. Unfortunate that we missed game number 1 because it was so fast. But yeah, Mangonel's an imp, guys. It's how you AoE too. Yeah, really, really close series, though. A lot of very aggressive games, and then, of course, this last one, 45 minutes. 8% less efficient in eco for Schwen, and he still had a slight res lead. But yeah, just not prepared for the transport ship around castle drop maneuver. All right, I think we're back. That was bizarre. Sorry about that, guys. Yeah, like literally, it's like I think our internet, because Comcast is doing maintenance, and that's why I didn't stream yesterday. And I guess the internet died there for a second because I think my parents were saying that the internet died downstairs. That was just really, really weird. Oh, no, I'm sorry. They were on the other side of the bracket. So it's actually Schwen is going to face Stray Dog, who got the DQ win. So actually, Schwen has a pretty good shot of making it. Oh, man. Anyway, that's the only match today. We have iBuyPower versus Bad Koala tomorrow, which should be a very good one. That should be a fun one. Yes, now I'm going to cast Daniela's tournament. Third Bowl State, except I'm not from Michigan. I'm from Illinois. My mom's family's from Michigan, but I'm from Illinois. I'm from the Chicago area. All right, so let's go ahead and set this up. I've never, I guess this is the first midweek madness tournament. So let's get this set up, guys. All right, do that. LY Cup logo. That. This. All right, so what's the first set? Siscon versus somebody, I think. Valas. I mean, Siscon Valas should be a close set. Could be fun. No, it already happened. Wow, look at Boom making the command. Yep, apologies about that. Wow. Hold on a sec, guys. Siscon. Valas. Kurantsu. You have to? Alright, so... Adcom. MM. Adcom. MM. Oh. Yeah, there we go. So guys, don't need a Java update right now. Let me update the stream titles. So, Syscon versus Valos. Midweek Madness. Tournament. Hosted by Daniela and Robo. That. And then exclamation mark MM, exclamation mark MM, prize. Done. How did I mess that one up? That looks right to me. I mean, I literally just copy pasted it. Oh. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I see. There you go. All right, so guys, this is actually just a best of 3. Ooh. I actually like best of 3s. I enjoy series where like every single match matters. Scoot. You bet I researched scootage. Hello, woman pleaser, and I think we are all set up. Okay, so let me show you guys this. This is the first I've heard about it. But just a little mini tournament. So, a weekly series of tournaments here hosted by Daniela and Robo. Oh, did I not do that? Oh, whoops. At Daniela. Thought I did that. AoE, I think it's that. Underscore AoE. At Robo's stream as well. There we go. Am I from Brazil? Why would you say that? Okay, so it's just a little midweek tournament thing. But still, seems like it's perfectly fine. Settings, Acropolis Arena, Bog Islands, Coastal Forest, Golden Pit, Land Nomad, and Serengeti. Okay, so no Arabia. Well, Daniela isn't a big hamster fan, but yeah, good solid set of maps. Looks like we have a decent set of players. I mean, it should just be ACCM crushing people, but still. There was a power outage in Ameristan. Oh, okay, so they do different maps every week? Oh, I actually like that a lot. Oh, look at that. Different map pool every week. Yeah, I like it. I like it. I think it's neat. Alrighty, so Syscon versus Valos in theory starts in 15 minutes. So what we can do is we can, I don't know, just cast a game. I mean, if the maps are just kind of regular maps, then it's not that big of a deal. All classic Civ. Oh, okay. Oh, whoops, I actually don't have DE open right now because, again, the computer crashed. All right, guys, so what do we want to cast? Do we cast the Rage Forest game? Honestly, the Rage Forest game has a lot of fun players in it. Hemo, Ganji, Viper, Samaro versus Tato, ACCM, Vinch, and Abunza Halt. Actually a pretty fun group of people. There is Sora versus Hope as well, it is true. There's also T90 versus Blackheart. Now that's peak content. Anyway, guys, I need to take a quick break. Be right back. Again, in theory, this starts in around 15 minutes. What's up? Hey there, baby. Alright, 10 minutes is when the game is going to start, guys, so we're just going to kill a little time here. We're going to take that time. We're going to put a shotgun to it. We're going to freaking kill it. Alright, time for some peak content, guys. Oh, they're the exact same elo. Blackheart going to be here in the blue as the Aztecs to the west. United the Red Ethiopians here to the east. It is on MR. So it's kind of like Baltic. Any Rosemary for that time? Viva la France, what are you? The last voice line in Joan of Arc? Northern Swamps? Yeah, it's something like that. Anyway, Aztecs for Blackheart versus Ethiopians. Honestly, it's actually one of my favorite matchups on Arena. Because it's like a knife fight, guys. Aztecs and Ethiopians are two of the civs that have, like, you know, some of the most expensive and powerful units just murdering each other super fast. That said, Blackheart has a fairly gigantic eco advantage. T90 is going to be going for a Shotel rush, ostensibly. Siege Workshop coming in here as well. Forest Monk is out. Quick Walls are effective. And Blackheart at least has something of a defense right now, but this is still going to be really tricky. Looks like Redemption and Sanctity are both in, however. Yeah, this is live. 90 still only on the single TC. Res collected, obviously very favorable for Blackheart, who's of course clowning it out like a champ. But he's going to click up to Imp here in a second. That's going to be pretty rough for T90, I think. He's going to need to get some stone income, and the stone is... Oh, never mind. He's at the back there, and he's even going to come in with a third TC. This is actually delaying his Imp, though, as we have a bunch of light cap coming in. Ooh, that's going to be nice for T90, getting all those fisky mother kills. And knowing T90, he's certainly going to want to try and boom his way out of this. Oh, we got our Macanas out, though. So, yeah, you can't really go for the Shotels anymore. They're going to be murdered by the Jags. And yet, Blackheart is... I mean, he had the opportunity to kind of go for a fast imp sort of thing, but is instead opting to play that more macro-style game. I mean, the Jags can't really do anything right now because of this castle, which I think Blackheart should know about. Yes, he does. Got a light cap that's been converted over here. We can run in and see what T90 is up to. And Blackheart is still way ahead in resources. Now, obviously, T90 is going to be ahead in resources destroyed. But this still should be quite good for Blackheart. No gold income for him, though. And I don't think this map has any relics on it, which is always big sag for Aztecs. This is the only original time that line was used. The Vive la France was just in Joan of Arc 6. Yeah, and that's when you win the scenario. You know, when you plant the flag. At least in the original campaigns. Anyway, both players are getting close to Imperial Age. Yeah, this is just a ladder game, guys. The Daniela tournament thing starts in, like, you know, less than 10 minutes. Oh, does T90 have Devotion? No, he does not. Those are just some peak instas. All right. Imp is on its way here for both players, but it will be faster for T90, who's also making that switch over into the Ethiopian archers. I mean, these are two civs I just wish we saw more. Like, they feel good but balanced. Yeah, obviously T90 doesn't have that many villagers, but you know what he has? A castle. Oh my goodness. Oh, to have a corgi. I think my mom's getting ready to go to work. Why would you go Eagles when you can go for skirmishers? Oh, maybe my dad's going outside. Something very illegal is currently happening. Yep, my parents are back. Up. Infantry armor coming in. Right, they go in. They went to Pictured Rocks in northern Michigan. For their meeting friends and for their 40th anniversary. And they had a great time. Although they decided that the RV life is not for them, which it's definitely not for me, so I can certainly approve of that. Anyway, T90 almost to Imp. National Park, it sure is. It is very pretty. Look at it in its prettiness. It's unlike Superior. It's like in the middle of nowhere. Like, I look at it on a map. Oh, don't dox myself, please. Not doxing ourselves, very good. So it's very, very far away from anything. Anyway. It's close to Canada? It sure is. But it's not like there's anything on the Canadian side either. No, humidity. Well, apparently it was very hot and humid. Not as hot and humid as it was here, which was like really bad. But it was still pretty hot there. It also rained a bit, but they still had a really good time. Anyway, we got skirmishers here from Blackheart. And it's like you have the super high DPS ARBs for Ethiopians and also the high DPS but low armor skirmishers. Wisconsin was more sense. It makes sense that it was part of Michigan if you think that America was settled east to west, right? So Michigan became a state, like, I think 15 or so years before Wisconsin did. And so that territory was originally part of Michigan and just kind of stayed part of Michigan. Oh, Atlatl, is it going to come in? No, I don't think. No! Rip. Rip, rip, rip. Before Wisconsin, the area of Michigan was settled before the area of Wisconsin, and then the states generally tried to claim everything as far west as possible. And so the area was just kind of always part of Michigan. I don't know the super detailed history of it, but that's kind of how it played out with most of the states. As it stands right now, though, the UP is very sparsely populated and always has been. But it's been like a big mining place. Like lots of mineral resources there. But also quite pretty, as was shown on the Google there. Nice trap snipe there for Blackheart. I mean, he's still been the one who's been working with a way better eco, so you make the big old wall of skirmishers. I think T90's going to have a nigh impossible time of trying to push this. Got ballistics, Atlatl, and leather archer armor all coming in. Yeah, GG there. Alas, the FC show tells fails. Very sad. But Blackheart did a good job of defending and getting an eco up behind it, and he had the fishing ships early on. Added the TCs. I was worried that him booming instead of trying to go for an FC might be a bit of an issue for him, but he did just fine. Oh, comes. Honestly, I feel like I personally would like Mega Random more if I just knew the maps ahead of time. For slavery? It's always freaking slavery, man. But again, there really isn't anything in the Texas Panhandle to the Oklahoma Panhandle. That whole area is basically just cattle farms anyway. I love playing Hyper Random. Oh, I sure don't like playing it. It's fun to cast, though. Not fun to play. With Daniela, I would certainly be open to it if that is something she wants, but I would never presume to ask somebody to cast their own tournament. I feel like that is improper. I would be annoyed if somebody asked, like, even if it was like T90 to like, hey, want to co-cast your tournament with me? I'd be annoyed by that. Michigan, Wisconsin, and Illinois are basically the same. I mean, we like to say that we're completely different from each other, but we're very similar. Very similar. I mean, it's the whole Great Lakes region. Impeccable etiquette. Like, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Illinois, northern Illinois, northern Indiana, Michigan, northern Ohio, and western Pennsylvania and western New York are all very similar culturally. I would say that's more like the Great Lakes region. Basically from Minneapolis to Buffalo. No, guys, I do not see a draft just yet. So let's do our gritty. I apparently cannot type. That's okay. Hopefully we'll be getting this started soon, guys. Thanks, everyone who's watching. Sorry for the bit of a fail earlier. It's like a midweek tournament thing, short series, so it's not going to last a super long time. I guess it's a few days long. I mean, looks like some matches have already happened. Okay, has arbs without thumb ring. Can produce castle. Wait, can produce a castle unique unit from another building. Oh, okay. Has access to a regional siege unit. Has team bonus of giving additional line of sight. Has access to the Siege Realm. And has a unique tech that does not cost gold. Alright. This feels like it would be the most restrictive. So can produce castle unique unit. Sicilians, I think, is probably the only answer here. Because Huns and Goths don't get arbs. Don't think you can get any of the other... Oh, Konix as well. But, again, Bulgarians don't get arbs. A siege ram. This can be... this can be Bulgarians. And this can be Huns. I don't like it when my face is on the right side of the screen for some reason. Still don't see a draft just yet. Hopefully these guys are here. I thought Syscon was streaming, so... Ah, here we are. Perfect. So we can get into that relatively soon. Okay, regional siege unit and LOS team bonus. This is Armenians. Get extra infantry line of sight. This can be Georgians. This actually could also be Georgians. Do have the archer line of sight now. Franks have knights. Mongol. Wait. Nomads costs gold? Oops. Alright. I thought it was wooden food. Oh, it's wooden gold. Jeez, that's so dumb. What else? What else? What else? Because it's already a very weak unique tech. We'll just Japanese. Okay, regional siege unit and siege ram. This is, I think, just the way in the shoe. This can be Dawei. And arms without thumb ring. And this can actually we can do all three of them. Yeah, that's just Huns, that's just Sicilians. This is actually just Armenians. We only have a few different options here. Oh, yeah, because Koreans now have extra villager line of sight as their team bonus. That's right. Hey, good grid, good grid, good grid. GG, good grid. Alrighty, guys, let me pull up the drafts. We got Golden Pit, Acropolis, and Arena. Yesterday, it was the first one that popped up. Oh, whoops. Sicilians are sneaky good. Sicilians are creeping more and more into tournament play. I think next patch as well, when the bonus damage reduction comes in, and their cav is a little bit better, and I think if the meta changes so that melee units are a little bit stronger, I think Sicilians are at least very close to a viable civ. Bulgarians, I still don't really know where you want to play them. Bulgarians at best only feel okay. It's a little unfortunate. Yeah, this is for a little midweek tournament. Midweek Madness is literally the name of it. Like anything interesting? I mean, they're an okay aggressive civ, but there just are better aggressive civs out there. I still think I know what you're saying, Papa Smurf. So Lix was disqualified apparently for streaming without a spec delay. Apparently, and I just am hearing this from Twitch chat, is that he was going to get a warning from the admins, but Microsoft World's Edge, aka Nilly, I think, would have said nope. X to you. Thanks. It's all good. I mean, learning how to decipher Twitch chat is an important job of being a caster, or any streamer, really. They have to be harsh on that? See, personally, I would give a warning. Unless the, like, if it was Stray Dog, right? Yeah, I think it was Stray Dog. If Stray Dog made a big stink about it, then unfortunately I would say yes, you have to enforce the rules there. But unless Stray Dog was like really adamant, like, hey, this is unfair that you were streaming without a spec delay, I would still just give the warning, because it was a very one-sided match anyway, and you know, people make mistakes, especially in the first round of something. And I don't think it really made any impact on the series whatsoever. Oh, Lix absolutely should know better. I mean, this isn't Lix's first rodeo, right? But the thing is, it's like a single elimination bracket for the single qualifier for a big tournament. It's not like Lix can try again next week, right? This is it. He just can't qualify. So, was World's Edge well within their rights, in this case, to disqualify Lix? Yes. Do I think that it was still excessive, also yes. Smell conspiracy? I don't think there's a conspiracy. I think that Vivi now is even more heavily favored to win. Although I do think that if Xuen makes it to the finals versus Vivi, it could be pretty interesting. Anyway, they did their draft. I wonder why they are not in the lobby yet. Only 3 maps. I mean, it already feels like, okay, you're going to go Hindustanis versus Georgians on Golden Pit, Burgundians versus Malay or Turks on Arena, and then Chinese versus Byzantines on A Crop. Or maybe you go Hindustanis on Acropolis and Byzantines on Golden Pit. But, pretty straightforward to me. Speculate. So, basically for tournaments, you need to stream with a delay. Otherwise, there is the potential that you could be getting stream sniped by your opponent, which hurts the competitive integrity of the tournament. Especially because online there's no way of enforcing it or making sure that people are not stream cheating. And also, in theory, you could be getting coached or outside help from anyone. And there is no way of enforcing it. Or, checking it. Feels very outclassed by What? Syscon, if anything, is better than Valas right now. Bills to Shorefish? Oh, I mean, absolutely. Like, it's... It is banned for a reason. Oh, One Ace with the 28 months. Thank you so much, One Ace. Thank you, thank you. Anyway, this feels like Byzantines, maybe Hindustanis versus Georgians. Pretty straight up. Big Ornlu, yeah, that's me. I'm sure they'll get into the game at any moment. At literally any given nanosecond. Alrighty. Just set up the overlay here. Midweek Madness. Round of 16. France. Finland. 2 of the 3 F countries. There are only 3 countries that in the English language start with the letter F. Unless you really want to count, like, Federated States of Micronesia, or I guess it's not even former Yugoslav Republic of Macedonia, so yeah. But unless you're doing stuff like that. What's the third? It's in Oceania. All right, Byzantines here to the west, though, for Syscon on Golden Pit. Yeah, it's Fiji. Finland and where Syscon's from. Golden Pit is decisive? What do you mean? It's a perfectly fine map. Yes, the famous country of the Falkland Islands. Greatly favored on Arena? The thing is, Syscon is great mechanics, so unless Valas goes full-on clown, I think it should be fine. Hamster map? I mean, you could certainly make that argument. Yeah, I would think Georgians on this map and then Chinese for Acropolis, but Chinese are certainly going to be a strong civ here as well, as they are a strong civ on basically anything that resembles an open map. The Philippines? But that's not how it works. Alright, so Byzantines versus Chinese, classic Age of Kings civ matchup here. Oh yeah, it's also only a best of 3. And both civs are so versatile that it really feels like it just comes down to how well you can transition between your different army compositions, how well can Byzantines get control of the middle of the map, how well can Chinese apply that aggression. The Canton, oh boy. Byzantines have like basically a 50-50 matchup against like every civ in the game. Byzantines have, it feels like, no extreme matchups one way or the other. However, if in like, say this was a best of 7, and Chinese would be like a first pick civ, because they're so strong in so many settings, if you can play Byzantines into that, you're basically getting an even matchup against a top tier civ, who mostly have very positive matchups, so that always feels pretty good for a civ like Byzantines. Anyway, nothing too crazy here about the early game. You could see a fast castle on a map like Golden Pit. Wall like that. This does go to the edge of the map. Wall over here, wall across the front. Do something similar on this side. I still think we'll probably see something in the realm of a... still go for a fast feudal age time, and you can see Siscon is going to be going up on 19 pop, even so. We just don't see, like, that 21 through 23 population uptime anymore. I mean, unless you're, like, Chinese. But that doesn't count. Loom on its way. And Vala's going to be clicking up with only 14 seconds idle TC time. Very good for him. Good start with the Chinese. He's way ahead in resources. Got the feudal age on the way. I'd love to see what Siscon's plan is here, because it's kind of hard to make feudal age aggression happen. Like, Dark Age aggression can work because it's still way too open to just be able to completely wall out any sort of trush or anything like that. But if you're just going to play like, okay, let's go for some skirmishers and try and apply pressure there, it feels like you're going to have kind of a rough time trying to make that happen as you're going uphill. The rush distance is, I mean, it is a straight shot to your opponent, but it's still a little far away. But this is what you can do here as Siscon. Going to be going forward here with Byzantines, although again, it's uphill. Is the favorite? I don't think there's a massive favorite in the series. The civs seem fine on both sides. I mean, it's going to come down to who has the better day today. Players are too close in skill level for me to decisively give an advantage one way or the other. Both kind of in that top 20-ish range. Not quite enough to get... Not quite good enough to make it deep in tournaments, but still good enough to see strong play and get solid results in various events and whatnot. And a range coming forward here from Siscon. It is certainly a very aggressive opening here for blue. Gonna try and not let the Chinese player just hang back and defend, but look at this, guys. Valas, 400 resources ahead, getting both of his early eco upgrades and an archery range, and is producing skirmishers. Most of us without their keyboard? Possibly, yeah. I mean, wasn't it Viper without using his keyboard got to like 1500 or something? So, I mean, like, I mean, a few of you, I'm sure, in chat could still beat them without a keyboard, and I probably could, but it wouldn't be easy. For most people, at least. Anyway, Horse Collar coming in, so you are at least getting your eco upgrades down. In fact, Horse Collar before the first farm, so although this is an aggressive opening from Siscon, he is at least sending the villagers back now. It's just the Chinese player already is going to be having an eco advantage just because it's Chinese versus Byzantines. And even further, more of an eco advantage because Siscon spent the time to send the villagers forward and back. It is a balanced civ. Well, I mean, Byzantines have a 50% matchup against, I think, in my opinion, basically every civ in the game, so that would mean basically every civ is balanced, which is definitely not the case. Overall, balance in AoE 2 is quite good, but it's not that good. Alright, Skirmisher's still hanging around there in the archery range. Nobody going on to gold just yet. And like I said, it's kind of tough to make this pressure work. Even Georgians? I would say they have a 50-50 matchup against Georgians. It's really hard to pressure Georgians as Byzantines because Georgians are so good defensively themselves, but you can still make a good, cheap, efficient counter units. That said, already 2 kills here for Siscon. And he does have a slight numbers advantage. Blacksmith coming on in as well. Don't see one yet for green. Still, we're looking at 11 farms versus 8, so the farming infrastructure is a bit better. And there's actually the stable coming in, so going for that instead of the blacksmith or another archery range. Scout plus Skirmisher going to be a very solid army composition, as the Skirmishers pretty easily snipe the Spearmen, and then the Scouts just run in and kill everything else. That said, Siscon hasn't lost a unit yet, and that's pretty good. Kinda hard to argue against that, and that's another unit that's dead. Okay, finally some units are going to start to go down here from Siscon. He does have Fletching that's going to be about to the end, though. And that resources collected lead is still very much a thing here for Valas. Still just a few scuffles here back and forth, and I don't really see any massive damage happening. Scout going after the other scout. Nice snipe there. And with the Spearman dead, this should be a much, much better engagement here for our green player. And now Valas is going to be taking a good fight. Just going to show that it is the better army composition. So able to basically even up the KD there, and it still has the resources lead. A very fine position right now here for Valas. Both players have 19 bills on food, though. Oh, Spearman comes in, though. Oh, did not see the reinforcing Spearman there, and it gets a lot of damage in. Was busted? Yeah, that's before the age of the Skirmisher. Wheelbarrow coming in now for green. Does have a lot of ills on the forage bushes that he's going to need to reallocate to anything else. But gonna have these spearmen taken down pretty quickly if you're not careful as blue. But that's good micro from Siscon. That's a lot of idle villagers while all this micro is happening. Needs to send these vills back to work, but Valas is too busy microing. Just all those skirm javelins missing here. It's kind of funny that, like, this army is, like, inadvertently getting damage done because Valas is having so much idle time here with all these vills, as he's just microing down every single spearman. Like, it's taking a good fight, but yeah, that was pretty rough. Valas Morgulus. Oh, I love that. That said, Valas is still cleaning everything up. He's got his eco upgrades in. Idling the TC a little bit, though. Is he already idling for Castle Age? It was a little too soon for that. Need to be willing to make Men-at-Arms, but Men-at-Arms slow down your Castle Age time a lot. Kind of the issue. Also, Skirmishers counter Men-at-Arms in large numbers. Yeah, it probably felt like Valas could have just made another villager, or maybe even two, but still, clicks up to Castle Age at the same time as his opponent, is one vill behind, but also has wheelbarrow, so he's still essentially 2 villagers ahead. He's still ahead by 600 resources, but the resources destroyed are naturally in favor of the Byzantines player, who's just making trash units. Kamal's coming up over there on the side. But this is where all of the golds and stones are. Both of the golds. Well, I guess 2 of the 3 golds. Wait, right? Guess it's only... Huh. Okay, so yeah. Ladder Golden Pit only has 2 golds, and then you have the 2 stones. Remember, there's very little stone on this map. There are no neutral stones at all. So you just have the 8 tiles here. Anyway, Bloodlines and Fletching both coming in now for Valas. Range number 2 coming in for Siscon at home. But having Wheelbarrow here is going to be super helpful. And with the Bloodlines in, you're going to get the Cavalry Blacksmith upgrades, and it looks like it will be for a Knight Skirm-based mid-game. Honestly, could pop out with those Skirms to focus the Spearmen, but wanting to make sure his Skirms are safe. Yeah, I meant like stone you could take on the side. Because if you think about Gold Rush, Lorhian, that's only gold in the middle, and there's a lot of stone on the outside, so if you don't have complete control of the middle, you can often still gather on the outside and have like something to work with, but that's just not the case on Golden Pit. Although on Golden Pit, it's easier for more people to be in the middle. Think about gold in the middle of the map. Yeah, a lot of people don't like them. Anyway, Elite Skirmisher coming in, as well as Light Cav. Meanwhile, Elite Skirmisher and Bowsaw for Siscon. I'm sorry, Elite Skirmisher and Bowsaw. Scale Barding Armor coming in. That's going to be necessary against the Bodkin units. And Bowsaw now here for green as well, but Siscon's going to be the first one to add an additional TC. And he's getting Scale Barding Armor and building his own stable, so probably going to be for some camels. His pressure worked? I mean, it's a fine game either way. Green is still ahead a lot in terms of resources, but blue has taken slightly better fights. He's getting his TC down, and both players are, you know, surviving. They're doing fine. Town Watch coming in. And it looks like we have some knights here, and they have decent enough upgrades. Skirms have decent enough... actually, no Bodkin in yet for green. And there's the 3rd TC in the middle, so Siscon will be the first player to make the play for the center. Of course, Byzantine, such a strong defensive civ. Once you start getting castles down, you have good monks, and then the cheap trash units, it's going to be really hard to dislodge Siscon from the middle. Close to Linux. Well, again, Microsoft World's Edge, very much within their rights to ask that the rulebook be enforced. Even if I think, personally, that in this case it was not that big of a deal. And a warning would have been fine. I mean, people make mistakes, man. Unless it was like the admin telling Lix, hey, you need to be streaming with the Spectre, and Lix is like, nah, man, you're not the boss of me. I do what I want. I'm freaking Lix, man. And then he you know, did that anyway. Then you could justify the disqualification. But I think it's unlikely that was how that turned out. Anyway, it's still 3 TCs to 2 in favor of Siscon, but just behind in resources because of the Chinese eco. And the fact that Valas has had more villagers working longer and has had Wheelbarrow much longer. It's always the same. But it's not like Lix has a long history of, you know, flouting the stream delay rules, at least as far as I know. But like I said, Nilly / World's Edge is well within their rights to do that. Abdalexi got disqualified after winning 3-0 against Stray Dog because he didn't stream with a spec delay. Or I guess delay, not really a spec delay for streaming. Which is both correct in accordance with the rules and also very harsh because he won his series 3-0, and 2, this is the only qualifier for his tournament. So even though I personally would have given a warning, I certainly am not going to be upset at Nilly and company for wanting to strictly enforce their own rules. Anyway, handcart coming in here for green. It is still just the 2 TCs, and you're still ahead in the resources collected as Vala, so that's totally fine for him. Penalty is nothing. Well, I think that it's one of those things that it needs to be on like a per player basis. Sudden Disaster Cup for stream delay. That's also World's Edge sponsored. Oh, nice hit there. Yeah, I think my understanding is that the higher ups at World's Edge really seem to want to prioritize competitive integrity in their events. Or, like, make it a very big deal if people are not doing those sorts of things. Which, again, is perfectly within their rights. Anyway, big fight happening here, and that's going to be a good castle for green if it goes up, but... there's going to be some dead vills. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I mean, again, it's a good fight for Siscon. He's way ahead in resources destroyed. That castle in the middle is nice, but now you have very few villagers on food since you had to bring all those guys forward. And now you're just in a situation here where Siscon's going to have his own defensive castle, and he's on 3 TCs to 2. And with the Byzantine Cheaper Imperial Age, it is going to be very, very difficult for, I think, Siscon to do anything at this point. Oh, that is just tough. Took a very bad fight, lost several villagers, and I don't see how he's faster to Imperial Age at all. Which is kind of important, especially if you're up against Byzantines who have the extra chonky castles. But yeah, it certainly wasn't targeted at Licks specifically because Nilly hates Licks. I don't think that's the case. Anyway, Imp is indeed even faster for Siscon, and I think this is going to be extremely tough for Valos to do anything. More ranges coming in. Byzantines have very strong early Imperial Age, especially if you already have a bunch of units built up from your discounted counter units in the mid-game. Nilly hates Licks. You just cut out the part where I say Nilly doesn't hate Licks. Watchtower coming in for Valas. Still not remotely sold on this being something that can work, though, as Imperial Age and some Skirmisher upgrades and some Trebs. Okay, that's a good hit there. But he needed to have a better hit sooner. And not even clicked up yet. Big old Deville lead. 4th TC coming in for Siscon, and he is cruising here in game number 1. Just took efficient fights, took control of the middle nice and early, and he had the map control from before, and Valos just never adding in that extra TC. And he took a really bad fight when he could not afford to do so. Even Stone Shaft Mining coming in here for Siscon. Really great for spamming those defenses. Well, gonna also try and maybe go for a counterattack over here, which, to be fair, Valos can't really do anything to stop, so it's totally fine. Guard tower coming in. Might, okay, so stone wall there. Stonewall's also happening on the side here for Siscon. I mean, Chinese do have very good towers, but again, Treb and some skirm upgrades, and I really don't see how this is much of a game at this point. I mean, I guess that was a good hit there. One bill dies on that front, and I'm struggling to see the win condition here for Valos. You're behind by 2,000 resources collected as Chinese against Byzantines. You can just see that switch happen once the third TC is really starting to pay off and the castle drop was attempted, and it's that, and then the much slower imp time, and the bad fight in the middle. I mean, just look at this. Look at this difference in the fight. It's a numbers game. Treb is still playing it very safe for now, but you're even going to have a second castle in here in just a second. Not even mass Nori is likely to save you. I mean, 4 TCs versus 2. You have no army transition whatsoever here as Valos. It's just these days, if you have HCA or skirms in Castle Age and can just go up to Imperial Age, it's really, really hard to stop. What on earth is... Alright. 2 rocket carts here, 2 trebs. Even if you have the high ground, got ammo upgrades coming in. I guess just preempting a switch potentially into Cavalier to counter the skirmishers. Yeah, castle goes down there. You already have the bombard cannons out as Siscon, and I mean, he is just dotting his I's and crossing his T's and all that good stuff. Again, like, the question remains, where are you going in this game as Valos? What is your path to victory? Yeah, there we go. Very, very cut and dry game for Siscon. Took a very good fight with his skirms in mid-game, got ahead in eco as Byzantines, and just got a very significantly faster Imperial Age time. Not much more to it. So Siscon gets the game number 1 win, which is going to be very good for him because now it means he just needs to win his home map and he is good to go. Is that the outcome? Yeah, basically. Well, it was kind of one of those situations where if Valos won the fight, the game kind of moves on. Because you still have the better eco in the short run, but the worse eco in the long run, and you're probably able to at least start to get yourself set up in the middle, but losing the fight immediately loses the game. Anyway, we'll have to see what game number 2 is going to be. Looks like we have made a lobby. I mean, you have to win both maps anyway at this point as Valos, so it doesn't really matter what you pick. And indeed, we will be going to Clown Town. This gun doesn't have a great civ for arena. He's got Burgundians. What are you talking about? He's got like a top 2 arena civ. And also the best hamster arena civ because Burgundians are so streamlined. Bulgarians? No. All right, guys, here we are in game number 2. And we will have here series and tournament life on the line. It will be Valos to the northwest as the Malay, and to the southeast in the blue as the Burgundians. It is Siscon. Yeah, that's true. Midweek Mayhem? Oh yeah, I guess it's Midweek Madness instead. It's a synonym. It's fine. It's fine. Wait, why is that YouTube actually updating in the one... I really don't know why the YouTube chat doesn't update constantly like Twitch chat does. Am I participating in the tourney? No. I'm nowhere near good enough as a player. I just am the caster boy. Anyway. Burgundians Malay, I mean, you're just looking at 2 S-tier arena civs. Personally, I kind of like Burgundians a bit more, but Malay are basically just as good. Are you just going to hashtag what's your elo somebody? You can't just do that. You can't just do that to somebody. Midweek Mayhem? Yeah, I do like it a bit more, to be fair. I'm like 1800s right now. Turks over Malay? Turks feel like they have a lot more weaknesses than Malay do. Turks don't really have an eco. I mean, you see Turks a fair amount in tournaments. I don't think they're B tier like John Slow says, but I do think they're really only an A tier arena civ and not an S tier arena civ anymore. Malay are like top 4 probably. Politely. No, the what's your elo thing was from my tournament as well. It was from World Desert Championship. That's just a joke. I really don't care. Don't have the time to play any more AoE2 than I do, but I'm still, you know, 1800 to 1900 most of the time. So I still try and keep a thumb on the meta. Holding mid much easier. I think that with Turks, it's very rare that you can get to late game without being behind. The light cap do help you take map control. And I mean, again, Turks are still like a solid arena civ, but Malay have no weaknesses except maybe full-blown post-imp. But even though it's arena, full-blown post-imp is actually pretty rare. Especially at the high levels. Elo from watching the post, if I could, then I'd be like 20k Elo. All the casters would. Honestly, most casters have a hard time finding time to play, I'm sure. I mean, T90 plays, I think, probably the most. But he also doesn't have to stream as many hours as other people do. That is a luxury I cannot afford. Or can anyone else, really? Anyway, second lumber camp here. Hold on. degenerate. Well, that's also true, but we're all degenerates. I wouldn't single out T90 in the degenerate department. Ornlu is ELO. Again, I'm totally joking. I really don't care. I'm like 18-20 right now. Not even very good. I lost several games in a row recently. Wait, why are we dropping 3 farms here, Syscon, before getting horse collar? What? Is Syscon doing the full-blown hamster thing of, like, we need to click up as soon as possible, even if it means skipping our actual eco bonus? Like, are we really going to go 25 pop with Burgundians on a 3-vil start? Really? SMH, guys. 1 lumber camp. What a hamster build. I mean, you gotta be double lumber camp with horse collar. Live stuff with AoE too? Oh, I mean, I think it's actually really important to do that. I try and do that as well. Like, what you do not want is to get burned out on AoE. As that just makes your job so difficult to be entertaining and passionate, right? So I think that managing your life and making sure you're not over-investing into AoE content stuff or just AoE in general, it's just, you know, healthy to do. And I've never been burnt out on AoE.
Bonjour.
And yeah. Closed maps. There's actually a lot of good closed maps. Just look at any John Slow tournament. Many, many, many good closed maps. Anyway, 30 pop up here. That's how you do it, Valos. That's how you melee. And they're sending champs, cavaliers, trebuchets, and spades. A lot less aggression. In general, I would just check the timings. Because when people tell me that, okay, they look at my video and it seems like the AI has way less stuff than when I play, than when they do, it's probably because I'm attacking them much faster. Stable coming in, so you are going to go for the scout opening here as Valos. I mean, personally, with melee Burgundians, I wouldn't really even try and focus on taking map control in mid-game, because why would you want to get into a light cav battle with Burgundians? And Burgundians will go light cav every single game they can. Where's the other building? Oh, it's over there. I'm paid by the Romans? I don't know about that. Anyway, you're going to get there just a few seconds later to Castle Age as Valos compared to Syscon, and with 5 more villagers. You can see that Burgundian Eco will eventually be getting ahead, I think, but not for a while. Loads of pikes? You don't want to go like full-blown pikemen because they just get converted. But going for a few spearmen and trying to snag a relic or two feels like you're forcing your opponent to actually commit to the middle, because the thing that you don't want to do as any civ is just not fight the middle. If you're not tower rushing, then you need to fight for the middle, because otherwise your opponent will have minimal investment, and they'll be like, you know, maybe investing into 2 extra scouts, and then they get all 5 relics, and they have map control anyway. So I don't really think there is any good arena build that doesn't involve fighting for the map, at least to some degree. I mean, to be fair, melee are one of the few civs that can probably do that and just hit you with a very fast imp timing. But players are very good at streamlining their builds and not over-investing into the middle when they don't have to. What do you mean a timing for Burgundians to snag relics? You're still going to be doing just fine in the cavalry fight here as Syscon. Level you're playing at? Well, I mean, I'm talking about, you know, how it should be played in theory, right? Like, if both players are doing the correct thing and making the correct decisions, I don't think that just sitting in your base and not fighting for the middle is going to be getting you very far. Up. Yeah, but like that's how the builds are designed. If Valos was a civ that didn't have a faster uptime, the uptimes would still look exactly the same as they do now. It's just Valos' entire build is predicated around looking up very fast, and that's how he's getting his eco lead. And it's almost 5 vills of an eco lead. Although you are accruing a bit of idle TC time here. Anyway, second TC coming in here for Siscon as well. Husbandry for him, so making sure that he is still in a good spot to take relics. And like I said, Burgundian's still going to be better than Malay, generally speaking, in terms of middle map control. I mean, Malay do have light cav with Husbandry, but you get those upgrades cheaper as the Burgundians, which is a big help. But with Malay Eco, you can still kind of just hang around and boom up. But Burgundians are always going to be extra happy to pick up those relics because you get more resources, remember. But Bosa already in here, so the eco upgrades are going to be identical. And because Siscon is playing this one a bit more aggressively than I'd say the average Burgundian build, you are going to be in a situation where the Malay player is going to still be doing very well in terms of eco. Right, you don't have as many eco upgrades here as the Burgundians player. You don't have as many resources, although it's still competitive, right? But at this stage in the game, it's minor advantages that either player can get over the other. But those add up. My third TC coming in for green, so this is all still, again, even enough. But Siscon's been taking the better fights. Although those +2 defense spearmen are very handy to have. And yet, nothing dies. Siscon doing a very good job of keeping his units alive and then healing them up when they get injured. Still, Siscon's slightly faster with that third TC, although he does have too many villagers on gold. Remember that he went blacksmith instead of market. So he can't do anything with this extra gold right now. You really don't need more than 2 or 3 bills on gold doing this whole entire play as Burgundians. More gold specifically. Yeah, you get the extra gold from the Aztec relics, but you don't get extra food. I've tested that in the past. Oh! Those attacks are simultaneous, and it looks like the monk just died. Just tripped over and died. Although, to be fair, Burgundian relic with a Burgundian ally relic plus an Aztec ally relic is one of the most efficient single sources of income in the game. You get a lot of resources for one little relic. Fourth TC here for blue. Yeah, heart attack for sure. Oh. Gonna go for some conversions there, and it's still doing a nice job of keeping Valos at bay. And stone on top of that. Well, I mean, they're running out of bonuses, guys. They really are running out of bonuses. And like I say, it seems like World's Edge has not found a good way to actually make AoE 2 content on a regular basis that's necessary to justify the amount of dev time they spend on the game. That doesn't include new multiplayer civs. So it feels like they're kind of stuck right now. No, gonna be another. I mean, Siscon's gonna have 4 relics here, guys. It feels like Valos could have gotten 1 relic without investing into Lycav at all. You know what I mean? It's just it's gonna be tough to be better than Burgundians at fighting for relics in mid game while also booming. It's like literally what Burgundians are best at. Is there something? I guess it's just something they're philosophically not gonna do. Maybe they don't think it would make enough? I really don't know. But I do think it's an issue that they have determined that they can't... They need to keep up a certain content release schedule to, again, justify the dev time they spend on the game, but they also need to have multiplayer civs in every DLC now, I think. I think Three Kingdoms is the proof of that. And even Chronicles, like, again, I will be happy to be wrong if the Chronicles does not include any, you know, ancient era multiplayer civs, but I would be shocked if we didn't have that. Anyway, 2 ranges coming in. As Malay, it's always important to actually start your Imperial Age transition before you click up to Imperial Age, just because you research it so quickly. Anyway, you had the map control here as Syscon, so he's just going to go forward. OP! Still, if both players click up at around the same time, then Malay are going to be getting there a lot faster. Still, so Syscon doing quite a good job here. Does at least start the castle there. And Market is going to be on its way. Imperial Age coming in here. And now the ranges are going to come in for the Skirmishers, because going imp into Skirmishers is exactly what you want to do against Malay. Oh, I love that quick masonry as well. Now getting heavy plow. Because it's funny that even though you want to go cav gunpowder as Burgundians, you can't really get either out fast enough. Especially against a civ like Malay. And if you open Skirmishers against Malay, Malay themselves open either Arbs or Halbs basically every time on Arena. Maybe Monks. And you can see here, the extra barracks are coming up at the back, so you're going to have both ranges and barracks here as Valas. But no castle. So despite Valas going to be faster to the Imperial Age, he, well, doesn't have a castle, so we can't make trebs. I mean, obviously, bombard cannons are an option as Malay, but that is just going to enable Syscon to have the time he needs to get up to Imperial Age, and his eco is going to get better and better over time. Other games, so again, it's like, how much design space is there? How many things in AoE 2 can you adjust or change for a new civilization that hasn't been done before? You had to reach a certain amount of sales with whatever you'd make. Exactly, and again, I would not be surprised if Chronicles did not sell all that well, despite its, shall we say, critical acclaim. Or at least not well enough relative to how much it cost. In front of the cat? I mean, he literally did. Alright, Pikeman's in. And you are going to clean up some units there. Valas only lost 1 bill. But you can see that he's not actually ahead in the Treb War, although he is going to be faster to chemistry by around a minute. So he will be faster to get the first bombard cannon out. But Syscon going to have 2 siege workshops, getting more and more skirmishers. Hey, wasn't there a pikeman? Did the pikeman die? Pikeman's in the castle. And actually, nice for Syscon. He's going to be able to see exactly what's going on. There was a stable that was going to be built, but it was canceled once the light cab was seen there, or maybe it was a mistake stable. A little hard to say. First Treb is out here for both players. Bombard cannon going to be on the way, and yes, it will be out faster here for Valas, but that's really the only advantage in the game he's got right now. On the monastery? I mean, ideally, yes, but it seems like Valas wasn't quite prepared for Imperial Age, to be honest. Anyway, Palisade Gate there, I guess, to prevent units from running in, although there really aren't that many units in the first place. And have negative bonuses? Yes, but as the heroes have shown us, people are very, very, very hesitant for more extreme style bonuses in AoE. Or changes. People have very strong opinions, and it's almost sacred as to like what they think a good civilization is, or a proper AoE 2 civilization is, design-wise. Oh, again, I mean, he's just in a better position in the Treb War here. Now you have the bombard cannons coming out here for blue, and it really just feels like Valas is, having a bad time of things. Glancing it there, and see the Burgundian bombards doing work. Castle is having to be very, very heavily repaired. 9,500 damage taken. Just a little bit under that here for blue. Oh, but another bombard is going to die, guys. Uh-oh. Oh, this might just be G. I think that actually is GG. Now, how are you supposed to win the tribe war now? Dark Castle Age? I think what we saw was Valas overinvest into the middle and like try and keep up with Burgundians in terms of map control, and I feel like that's just a bad idea with Malay. And you aren't really able to leverage as much of a chiming. Anyway, Siscon very much using the S word right there, by which I mean sloppy. And this elephant switch is going to be way too little too late. Forced Levy? Well, you never want to go for Forced Levy as an early imp option. Like, that's not ever something you want to do in any situation. In ranked or other things everyone asks for? I think that, again, there's some MBA at Microsoft that thinks that the only thing that is going to be selling that's worth the dev time in terms of making DLCs is campaigns and multiplayer. Even less? I mean, there really isn't anything that counters elephants right now on the field. I still think you're too far behind as Valas, but you can see that the elephants are keeping him at least alive for now. Pikeman upgrade is just now in. Want to give up Morels? Yep, like I said, in this matchup, I think what you would ideally go for is a few spearmen and monks to at least force the Burgundian player to invest into their map control, and maybe get at least a relic, and then rely on your imp timing. I feel like that is a good idea. Anyway, both Paladin and Halb are on the way. Like I said, I still think it should be too far gone in favor of Siscon, but this is at least giving Valas a chance. No, it's actually, the Palas were Bengalis. They weren't Malay. I know they're both kind of like Southeast Asian-y sorts of civs, but there is a difference there. Gap! No, I mean, I think that the elephant switch was absolutely what you should have gone for. You see the skirmisher play from your opponent. Make the thing that's good against skirmishers for Malay. All right, now you're going to go for your own skirmisher switch here to counter the Halbs. And remember, Malay Ellies are very, very cheap. They're only slightly more expensive than Steppe Lancers. I think it's like 72 food, 42 gold. Something like that. Ellie should win? Yes. Malay battle elephants trade efficiently versus everything except, I think, Teuton paladins. As how? Well, again, that's where I think the issue comes in for Valas, but he is securing the gold and the stone on the side. I guess there's vineyards finally on its way. Not die in the moment. Again, like, two things can be true. The elephant switch also kept Valas alive in the short run, but because he was so far behind in map control and he wasn't really able to switch into, like, have like a bunch of arbs or skirmishers out to counter the Halbs, I think it's still just probably too bad of a situation for Valas, especially because the resources collected are now pretty heavily in favor of our blue player. But it's still the right idea. Burmese Ellies are slept on? I don't think they're slept on in terms of playing a high eco game with Burmese. It's just, compared to Malay, Khmer, and Bengalis, who all have top-tier ecos to help afford the elephants, you don't really have that with Burmese. So they tend to be played with a much more low eco style of like Monk Aggression or Arambai. Wait, what the heck? Hold on. What the heck just happened? Did he just delete? Okay, he deleted the skirmishers to make population space for the other units. I mean, I would just attack with them personally, but I mean... Yeah, I mean, that was pretty clearly intentional, and now Valos is trying to fight his way back here. Elite Battle Elephant is about to be in, and they're going to be very, very helpful in trading efficiently versus these Paladins and Halbs. Do you have enough gold left, though? That castle also feels like it is not going to be happening. Yeah, another volley is going to do it there. 20 seconds still to Elite Battle Elephant. Population still a bit better. Army value is very significantly better for Siscon. And yeah, you need Arb plus Elephant here, and you don't have enough gold, I think, to really sustain that. But he is gathering some gold here on the side, which is something. You also don't have any siege left over, so it's like extra painful. And yeah, it looks like Valos is just dead. Fell way too far behind in early M. Castle goes down, now you have 0 castles. Yeah, you're not going to win a game with 0 castles here. There's the GG. Only 16 arbs and 13 skirms were made. Siscon takes the 2-0. Once again, the power of the Burgundians will not be stopped. See more of everything collected here for Siscon. Trash hands, but those died to Paladins. Again, trash two-handed swordsmen are literally only good and like a worthwhile thing to switch into once gold runs low. But in early to mid-imp, you're relying on very strong gold units, which the trashmen are not. You'd rather have Karambits with the mass skirm deletion. It just goes to show, guys, you want to win a tournament games, you gotta delete some skirms. Discounted Ellie archers? I think they, again, made the decision somewhere. Oh, Lewis versus Neoz. That could be fun. That's the next set, by the way. They're drafting now. Oh, yeah, they made the decision to only give Elephant Archers to DLC subs. If you noticed that. My favorite player? I mean, it was fun watching him in the last tournament, but I still think I probably have a bias towards people like Yo, ACCM, Tato, Vinchester. Tato is very fun to watch. They need a little something. Well, the issue is with Burmese is that they are a balanced civ and not OP, which is always rough for them. Oh, and we're going to Arena Game 1. Is washed. Again, I don't know what's going on in Tato's life, but was certainly not quite there when it came to the Ling Yen Cup set. Yeah, ideally, yeah, that's kind of how Tato plays, at least versus the tippy top level players. Who's Neoz? Neoz is an up-and-coming French player who has a very fun style to watch, at least in the Ling Yen Cup qualifiers. I mean, he's done stuff like go for mass militia, surround your opponent with towers, go for a Phosphoru-esque play on Arabia with Bengalis, but then also boom behind it. He does some fun stuff. Right. Yeah, we got Bog Island, man. Interesting. Anyway, guys, I'll take a quick break. I'll be right back, and then we'll get into our second series. We actually have 2 more series after this, so it's a good thing they're only best of 3s.
Good thing they're only best of 3, he says. Speak for yourself, Mr. Caster. We, the viewers, who have the hard job here, would love if all of them were best of 9 lol.
What's up? We'd love it if we're all best of 9. Oh, no. Alright, so looks like they are now in the lobby. This feels like Malay versus Burmese on Arena. I'm sure Lewis isn't all that concerned about winning Arena. Gonna just go with the YOLO Monk Aggression pick, which we have seen be successful in the LY Cup qualifier. And it's probably, mostly focused on Georgians for Serengeti and Persians on Bog Island. That said, I think you go Vikings Bog Island, Malay or Bohemians on Arena, and then you still have Chinese for Serengeti. So that feels pretty good. I feel like I like Niaz's draft more. Is randomizing his draft? Yeah, that was what was needed. Well, Lewis is at least in the lobby, So hopefully we'll get there in a moment. But Serengeti is basically the Arabia-like map. It's basically just more aggressive Arabia. The food and gold distribution's a little bit different. And you have the acacia forests and the baobab forests, which are, have the holes in them. Yep. That used to be a thing back when, there was usually, like, more money coming in from, like, a few specific people for, like, these big show matches with the most popular players. But now I think that, like, these days, there's just such a high volume of games that are being seen by all these players on a regular basis that a best of 21 feels like, okay, you're just, like, watching these players play, like, ladder day in and day out. Alright, Niaz is in the lobby as well. Best of 21 tourney? I don't remember that one. And hello, Bloodless. Here's our bits. Oh, yeah, I mean, I read that. I mean, I'm fine with the show matches. I mean, it's just content, right? Of S tier winners back when there were other S tier tournament winners. Yeah, that sounds about right. Alrighty, so pretty expected game number 1 Civs here. And I hope you're ready for some clowning, that's for sure. Hello, Falafel. Game will be starting in 1 minute and 33 seconds. Tower and Bush? Yeah, perfectly fine. Don't really have an opinion on most logos. Yale back then? Ah, yeah. So yeah, this tournament's just a little midweek tournament. Best of 3s all the way to the finals, which is only a best of 5, so short, quick matches. I think they mix up the map in Civ settings or something like that. This is just a smattering of maps that have been played plenty in tournaments in the past, and different Civs. How am I? I am a little tired, but I'm doing mostly just fine. Right, let me set up the scoreboard here. It's very optimistic. You know, if you believe hard enough, it can be midweek. All right, guys, here we are. Game number 1 between Niaz and Lewis. Best of 3. Niaz is going to be the blue Bohemians to the northwest of the map, and to the southeast in the red as the Burmese. it will be Lewis. So Lewis, I think, was just saying, you know what? Whatever you do on Arena, I'm going to clown it up. I'm sure Lewis is mostly focused on winning Bog Islands and Serengeti. But as we've seen in the past, if you go with an aggressive clown play with Burmese, they are very, very good at it. You don't ever need to use a high Civ priority. You don't ever need to use a priority Civ pick on Burmese because no one is ever going to pick them. So if you feel like you're the worst closed map player, it's a very good way of going about it. Also, this is obviously 3 Bull Star. I mean, they're literally just using the latter versions of maps. Ano. So, the question is then, what does Niaz do? I mean, you know you're up against Lewis, and you know you're up against Burmese, and it feels like... Yeah, he's probably going aggressive. I don't know why my mind blanked out there. Clearly, need more coffee, except I'm out of coffee. Very sad. Yes, maybe. I don't speak Czech, I'm afraid. I think they just speak modern Czech, Bohemians. So, just another board coming in. I would imagine if I'm in Niaz's position and I feel like, okay, he's probably going to be monk rushing me, I'd probably just go for like a very safe, like 23 or 24 plus 2 with Bohemians, double monastery, 1 TC, 1 extra TC, fast imp. We're very close? Okay. Yeah, like 2 defensive monasteries, 1 extra TC, get to imp in a good time, get to those trebs, get to block printing, all that good stuff. Remember that in a monk war, Bohemians not only have the free mining upgrades, but you also have heresy. Because Bohemians have the full monastery tech tree, whereas Burmese do not have heresy for the elephants. Lewis already going on to gold. This is going to be fast, guys. This is for the mega giga clown play. Only 3 bills on wood. The amount of clowning that was going to transpire is all of it. Still no mill yet. We're on 17 population in just a second. This is the deer version of Arena, so you can get an even better build. No chicken funneling required. Yeah, I think that was a misclick. Not entirely sure if you need to build an outpost right next to your starting TC, but again, I'm not a tippy top level player like these guys. Gonna have 5 vills there on the forage bushes. And we'll have to see how... Is he going for a tower rush? What's he doing? Okay, so it is going to be, I guess, for a tower rush. Yep, there we go. Okay, so it likely will be a clown play going into mid-game. But at least at the start, Lewis is going to be sticking with the tower rush opening. But if you're going for a build that is good against an aggressive, you know, clown opening of like double monastery, siege workshop into 3 monasteries, the same build that's good against defending that is also one of the better builds you could have against a tower rush. So again, 23 or 24 pop up, go for the double defensive monastery, and then add in 1 TC, go imp. It's a similar principle, right? You leverage the fact that you will have a better eco as the one who isn't going forward. Bohemians are really good at defending with the free mining upgrades and the cheap blacksmith. You can also get a very good uptime as well. You can see 23 pop, just like I was saying. Hey! That said, the walls will need to come in as soon as you see that Feudal Age is in very quickly. But I think Niaz has a good idea. There you go. You see the villagers, and now the trigger should be pulled in just a second. The Treasure Boy is here! Oh, boy. Okay, Loom is also coming in. I don't love the fact that Niaz isn't reacting to this at all. Don't you need to get some walls in? Like, and this is a situation, like, I just wall all the way over there, and then wall over here. The forward stone's obviously a bit of a pain. Better pull. I mean, we're a little late in the game for that. Another stone wall tile? Yeah, I guess he's going to be going for that. There's the blacksmith. There's the market. And once Loom is in, I guess you can go for that stone wall. I guess when you're up that fast. But this is what I was saying, guys, that this sort of build feels like it is going to be one of the most consistent. Also trying to debate the arrow fire. Love, love, love that. And, wow. Yeah, hard to get a better defense against the tower rush than this. I mean, your castle age is going to be delayed by just a little bit because you had to send the bills forward there, but it's not going to be the end of the world. There you go. Lodge de Chateau. No stone even had it to be sold, so you can just mine a little bit of extra stone right there. And yeah, this is basically exactly what I do, although I would have gone for palisade walls, which would have been actually worse than what what Niaz did versus Lewis here. This is even better. But still, the basic overall strategy, I think, is perfect from Niaz. Castle Age coming in, you still have some more stone walls on the way. And now the stone walls are coming in as the archer numbers are climbing in the tower, and it's going to be more difficult to safely get the villagers there quickly. But, I mean, I think that it's still like what Burmese do best. The tower rush is fine with Burmese, but it's still... I feel like if you're playing Burmese to their strongest, it would be for the full monk play. It wouldn't make a difference. Men-at-Arms Tharson would still take a long time to tech into. And it's too food intensive for how quickly you go up. Archers are there. But you're already buying... Whoa! Losing your scout there. Okay, that's the first mistake made by Niaz this game. Got another layer of walls coming in. More long-distance stone mining just to make sure you have enough stone. But yeah, should see a siege workshop. Gun back over to wood. Now, there is a reasonable question of, do you go for a second TC? Oh, even getting Bosaw there.
Okay.
Burmese are built to... I mean, yes, that is literally, in part, how they were designed, is to be a Monk Rush Sith. Alright, tower incoming, but the Mangonel is already going to be out. I guess you could question, do you go for a second Mangonel or an extra TC? I'd probably try and go a little bit greedy and go for an extra TC, since my opponent really hasn't busted in or really done all that much damage. And there you go. Okay, it is going to be a monastery first. And this just does not feel exciting at all for Lewis. I mean, there aren't many villas on food for Niaz, but you have the power of the market and the free mining upgrades for Bohemians. You do need to make sure that there's a vill there to repair, but that is what he is doing. It does become a lot more tricky, though, once you are looking at two fully garrisoned towers against a Mangonel. Fervor immediately... I mean, it's a little bit of an eco boost, but it's not that much of one. Be careful there, Mr. Lewis. And the second Mangonel's out here. Stone was sold, actually. So you have no more stone really to work with, and I don't know what that's all about. Okay, just trying to find a better angle. Need to make sure the bills are there, though. And you're almost out of resources here, so be careful. And there you go. Better for this, but it was kind of like the YOLO tower rush play, because I think that Lewis just feels like he's worse than Niaz on Arena. so this just feels like the classic, I don't want to play a regular game of Arena against you, so I'm just going to go for a YOLO tower rush. And Burmese have been pretty successful at the YOLO aggressive stuff recently, but that was more with the Castle Age Monk Rush play as opposed to the Feudal Age Tower Rush. Anyway, Lewis is still behind here in resources, which is usually a very, very bad sign. You typically want to disrupt your opponent's eco, so like, by the time you click up to Castle Age, you're still ahead in resources. A tower war against them? I mean, that's kind of the idea, yeah. Except putting 10 villagers in a tower early on is an absolute disaster for your eco, which is why even the most aggressive Teuton tower rushes send 8 bills. All right, barracks coming on in here for Niaz. There is a monk on standby. No way that guy escapes, right? Yeah, that was a little optimistic there from Lewis. Other civs can do? Yeah, basically you wanted to have enough villagers to guarantee that you win the tower war, but not so many that you're killing your own eco. But that's why the Teuton tower rush can be very good, but it's still not always good because it's, again, you can still end up way slower to Castle Age. And now you're going to be full walled again. Oh, that was scouts. Yeah, I didn't even scout it, but the barracks is very good. Now on double monasteries here is Niaz. I mean, I think you could probably just go for a second TC. But now you've gone on over to stone. Sanctity also coming in. That helps out the bills. And I'm not entirely sure what the Castle Age game plan is here for Niaz. Or Lewis. Jeez, why am I so tired? Alright, foraging is coming in. The spearmen will be able to scout the stable. With what resources? Alright, scouts are going to come in here. One poke is successful. Okay, well done here from Lewis. Niaz pushing out too quickly. And those mangonels are going to go down. Great job hugging the mangonel, working within its minimum range, and that is the exact sort of fight that Lewis needs. And remember, Niaz is only on the 1 TC still. Yes, he's ahead in resources, but not by a significant margin. 2 monasteries there. Yes, Lewis still very much has map control. And a 3rd monastery coming in for Niaz, so get your clown noses ready. Monks are on the way for each player, but you already have a pretty big production advantage from Niaz from the faster Castle Age time. And yet Niaz is selling stone. Huh. Like, I probably would have put a second TC here and then just gone for the double monastery. But this can certainly be effective as well. Just at this rate, Lewis is going to be getting a nicely faster Imperial Age time. Less cool Travis? Come on, I'm at least cooler than T West, right, guys? Right, I'm cool. I'm hip and happening with the kids. Alright, redemption coming in. And atonement and redemption coming in now here for Lewis. No atonement yet for Niaz, which I do find a little bit odd because what are the chances your opponent isn't monk rushing as Burmese here? Say I try. Oh, lots of deletions there. Okay, there's atonement coming in now, but there will be an atonement advantage at least for Lewis, and he does have 3 relics. I mean, Niaz is really trying to push out on the map. That is a 4th monastery here for our Frenchman, and I like the 2 scorpions. What are those monks doing? Hold on, what? I don't know, guys. I guess they're... Oh, but the conversions are happening on the other side. Atonement just now in. Devotion just now in. Oh, what a weird fight for Niaz. It might still be okay for him, though. I guess. Lost a lot of monks, but he still has a slight monk numbers lead. Remember, you cannot convert monasteries, even with redemption. And a 5th monastery coming in. Especially not my chat. Yes, because why would I ever rely on my chat to validate me? Yeah, the Scorpions definitely helped out a lot. Anyway, it's castle drop time. Clearly, this is what Niaz wants to do. It's what he's been wanting to do ever since he hit Castle Age. Did Lewis ever grab Redemption himself? Yes, he did. Devotion's on the way for him, too. And the castle, it's forward, but not, like, super far forward. Although, uh-oh, guys, look at this. It looks like there are way more monks actually here in the fight for Lewis. And more conversions are coming in. That castle's now going to be YOLO level forward. Okay. Okay, guys, is this going to be enough? It's just a full-on clown fiesta. That castle is slowly but steadily coming in. There is only one Scorpion, really, to attack the villagers. Forward Siege Workshop here for Niaz as well. All the monasteries are right here, right next to this engagement, though, for Lewis. He has, let's see, 9 monks against 13, so the numbers are still overall better for Blue, but Blue has these monks in transit, remember? Uh-oh. This is looking a little tough for Lewis, although the Scorpions are starting to do work here. Niaz has Redemption himself. Scorpions go right back over to the Bohemian player. Oh, don't tell me this is going to be a Doubt Castle. I think it's fine. Yeah, it's fine. Only one villager has died this game from... Or, only 2 villagers have died this game for Niaz. But Lewis is going to go Imp. Remember, both players are only 1 TC.
Okay.
No interference? Yeah, thanks everyone for watching. Bit of a sad mining camp. Invert it back? Exactly. Yeah, this imp advantage is going to be absolutely fantastic here for Lewis. There was once upon a time when, for a little while last year, I was at, 300 plus average viewers. On a daily basis, but I am happy for whatever I can get at this point. That's a somewhat underwhelming petard location. Okay, little bit of deletion stuff there. I mean, Lewis has a big numbers advantage, but I don't know how you just win this only with Castle Age. There's a ram coming in here for red. Okay, there's the Siege Workshop. Okay, now it looks like Niaz wants to click up to Imp, but obviously he's going to be basically an entire Imperial Age research time slower than his opponent. Picking up 3 relics is nice, though, and the last 2 relics are kind of out here on the flanks of the map. You see, again, I don't know why Niaz wouldn't have just added a second TC a long time ago. But yeah, like I said, almost an entire Imperial Age research time of difference. I mean, yes, you have all the map control right now as Niaz, so that's fine. But block printing's gonna be pretty good. That said, as the Bohemians, you have Heresy and your opponent doesn't. And there you go. Cheap Faith coming in for Lewis, remember? Getting the half-price food cost as well as gold cost. So that's going to be a very helpful one. And then, of course, block printing and Theocracy are doing exactly what they should be doing. There's only one petard there. Oh, whoa, hold on. That's a Scorpion getting a lot of pass-through damage. And it's enabling the monks to start the conversions. What are you doing, Lewis? Okay, he's going to turn around. I don't know, guys. These monks are still going for the conversions. Faith isn't in yet. And yet it seems like the conversion luck is on Lewis's side here. Oh, my goodness. What the heck? And yet the monks are just getting converted right back. Lewis only has 3 army. He has a Treb on the way, but those are still 3 rams. And there's one petard hanging around over there. I mean, these Scorpions have been absolutely critical. They've done 1,300 damage. What in the Clown Town? All right, Illumination about to be in as well. First Trebuchet is out, but that castle's already at half HP, and the Bills are going to have a bit of a hard time punching down the Rams because of the castle being literally right there, so you are going to necessarily lose some Bills as Lewis. Although he's done a better job keeping his idle TC time low. Okay, nice attempted micro from Lewis, but I mean, you're still losing Bills. There's no real way around that. 6 seconds to Imp, though, for Niaz. I mean, the monk numbers are just so heavily in favor of our blue player, and of course he's immediately going to get lots of relevant monk upgrades. I still think this is kind of rough for Lewis. I mean, he lost a lot of castle HP, even if it didn't go down yet. And honestly, if the ram that was attacking that house was attacking the castle, I think it actually does go down. In which case, Lewis is honestly pretty dead. Yeah, 12 villagers killed to 2. Heresy is coming in. And I think you already have devotion? Yeah. Making mangonel for those ramps. His eco is absolutely stretched to the limit. He also had to spend a lot of wood rebuilding these monasteries, remember? Where'd the monks go? Ah, here they are. No, he had a workshop over here. All right. Oh, it's the fervor versus no fervor. Uh-oh. But still, faith should be pretty good. Is it enough, though? Because there are just so many more monks, and with theocracy, you can micro those monks much more easily. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Fervorless sounds weird, but it is appropriate in this situation because it means the enemy monks can catch up to your monks. I know it sounds dumb, but it does make sense after a fashion. All right, gonna be another castle a little bit over that way. I mean, he still does have monks. He's got 9 monks with more on the way. And he also picked up another relic somewhere. But is this ever going to be enough for him? I don't know. Castle still hasn't been repaired in the slightest because you have no stone. And that castle is going to come in. Nia's still working with a villager advantage. Oh, Bohemians are a very silly civ, in fact. Those free gold mining upgrades are absolutely clutch, as are the free stone mining upgrades. Oh, what if you have the power of Vikings plus Franks plus Burmese plus Bohemians? You just get all the eco upgrades free. No cloud music because Ornlu, especially now that I'm streaming on YouTube, does not want to get the VODs taken down or copyright stricken. Anyway, guys, faith is on its way here for Niaz. Now there's going to be a treb on the way for blue. Red is back to mining some stone. Yeah, okay, over here, able to find a nice little area that isn't being pressured by Niaz, and Niaz actually does see it because I'm a huge fan of these outposts everyone's putting down on Arena. I don't think, can't they tech into Lightcav? Because they don't have any food income. Because they both have bonuses to monks, and they don't have any real reason to go for Lightcav. Anyway, guys, it is the full-blown Crown Fiesta, but this feels like it's going a little bit better for Lewis, maybe. But again, one side has Heresy and the other side doesn't have Heresy. And that's usually a killer in these monk wars. I mean, yeah, that's just a tough one. Convert the Lightcav. I mean, you need a lot of Lightcav. But again, both of these civs have all the reason to go for their own monks and not all the reason to go for Lightcav. And it's hard to do that when you have 14 on food and 5 on food. But that is a very fair question. You do need some bills over here, though, as our blue player, to repair the trebuchets, otherwise you're just going to lose your trebs. A little bit lucky there for Niaz, I think. Because he should be able to get just enough repairs in time. Yes, he is. And yet the army numbers are looking similar. Uh-oh. Click them. I think so, yeah. Anyway, there is still a decent amount of stone left. I mean, it's all just clicky, clicky, clicky at this point. Remember, guys, you have the better vills as the Bohemians player. You have the extra HP at this point, remember, so you actually win the vill war. Oh my goodness, guys. The scores are actually dead even still. He did research Heresy. That's how he's slowly winning this monk war, even though I think Lewis is having slightly better monk micro. And he also had better monk production, and he had the closer reinforcement point. Castle's taken 14,000 HP worth of damage. A random Hussite wagon coming in, that's not going to do anything. I have no idea how Ganji and freaking Andy can do their monk micro that they do. Oh, hey! It's a tower! What do you know, guys? What do you know? Wait, why did that Trev stop trebbing? Anyway, it looks like Castle's going to go down eventually, and with it are probably going to be Lewis's chances in this game. Niaz has a significant population lead. Oh my goodness, guys. GG's probably going to be coming in pretty soon here, as I just don't see a real way that you can come back in this game. Actually, these Hussite wagons on the side, able to start sniping all those villagers. Oh, no. Anyway, GG is called, guys. 94 to 63 monks made. And all right, guys. How many conversions in this game? Tell me in chat. Give me a number. How many total conversions between the two players? Closest without going over wins nothing except my love and adoration. Give you a few seconds here. So total conversions between the two players. All right. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So that's exactly 110. Ooh, okay, who had the closest to 110? I see 100. That's closest without going over. It's Price is Right rules. Yeah, so I think Blanky Babu has it. 120? Oh, can I not count? Oh, yeah, that is 100. Okay, I can't count. Where did you learn to count? Okay, so who has it then? Oh, I am Delta, or Delita has it. I think at 117. Oh, there you go. There you go, I am Delita. You win, again, nothing but my love and admiration. There you go. You get a heart. There you go. Anyway, that was fun. That was a wild clowning game. So let's give Niaz his punto here. That is Arena in the books. And that is the Bohemians winning over the Burmese. So third pick here for each player. So Ornlu's heart. And my axe. All right, Serengeti is going to be the next map, about as different as you could ask for from Arena here. So again, guys, this is just a little weekly tournament hosted by Daniela and Robo. They are indeed both streaming it. So we'll have to see, again, like how it's going to play out over time. ACCM is the only top 10 player in this tournament, so we'd have to heavily favor him overall, even though Lewis is somehow higher seeded. Robo's back, indeed. So we also have Hope versus Kingstone, which happens after this set. It's actually scheduled to start in 10 minutes. And then Mihai versus Mati is going to be in an hour and 10 minutes. I don't know if that's going to be within... Like, they might start in 10 minutes just because, or they might not start until the end of this set. We'll have to hear. The monk chanting. Monk chanting. Whoa, 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 whoa. With the Trush, I would have preferred the triple forward monastery, but I also think that Niaz's play was, like, really, really good to defend it. Alrighty, guys, here we are, game number 2 in this best of 3 here. So this is actually Lewis's tournament life on the line as the number 1 seed. It'll be the Red Georgians to the south of Serengeti, a map we actually have not seen in tournaments for quite a while. And to the north in the blue as the Chinese, it will be Niaz. So definitely 2 very, very strong open map civs. In general, especially at the highest levels, I do prefer Chinese and Teutons over every other civ. Like, Georgians, I'd say, are an S-tier civ on a map like this, and Chinese, I think, might just be an S+ tier. But we'll have to see. 16 seconds idle time is, I'd say, pretty par for the course when it is a not a 9-bill start. Because, of course, that changes up the dynamics with the Chinese. Still should be good here. I do also favor I favor Lewis over Niaz in general on a map like Serengeti, as Lewis could be a bit stronger mechanically. Remember, there is only one elephant on this map. And wait, what? Lewis just scouting here with his mule cart, I guess. I mean, I guess he's not needing to go over to the wood line quite yet with it. I never really see the mule cart so far afield so early on. Anyway, just pushing into some zebra, super important to do on this map because, again, you only have one elephant, but you have some extra zebra and ostriches hanging around, which does actually make Georgians even a little bit better because you already have the mule cart that you can actually send villagers out and hunt with. Which is cool. They're the BBC. Like in the last game, they would just get converted immediately. I mean, if the Bohemian player gets to Hofnitsa, yeah, they'll start countering monks again because Hofnitsa one-shot monks, but you're not getting to Hofnitsa when you're on 50 villagers. That's not exactly feasible. So, of course, just going to be a normal enough early game here. There's the mill coming in for Lewis, and we'll have to see if he uses his mule cart to take those extra patches of huntables. Oh yeah, I mean, I still think Hofnitsa are overpowered like crazy. As between Hofnitsa halberdiers and hand cannoneers, Bohemians basically counter 75% of the Civ roster late game arena. Hello, Digor. First time chatter. Indeed. They had the chance to run. They still have the chance to run, technically, before you're absorbed in. Anyway, res collected are, of course, going to be a little bit better for Niaz thus far. Mule cart coming on home. Lewis going to bring it on home, as they say in England. And 17 pop, no loom here for Lewis, so a very, very fast uptime for him. I mean, I don't think he's gathered any wood so far, has he? Yep. Only gathering food. Feels Georgians, man. So, just going to send the vills over to wood right now. And then, for his part, Niaz still needs to train a few more vills. And certainly one of the ways that you can leverage an early advantage against Chinese is to go for a super fast build. Like, back in the day, back in the long, long ago times when Chinese weren't actually a top-tier Arabia Civ, that was really just their big downfall, is that Chinese would, like, the sheep would be a little too far from the TC, you didn't get the extra housing space, you didn't even get the extra line of sight on the TC to see your early resources, and so, like, all of those things together made the Chinese start a lot more awkward than it currently is. And people would just go for drushes and men-at-arm rushes and tower rushes, and then their big Sag. Yes, cracked terrain takes 25% bonus damage. I don't know how it works as far as, like, the calculation is, like, when that extra 25% comes in. I think it's at the very end, kind of like a high ground bonus. But yes, cracked terrain is very much real. However, what does make it really confusing is if it is actual cracked terrain or if it is layered cracked terrain. And I have no idea how to tell the difference, because layered cracked terrain isn't actual cracked terrain. It just kind of looks like it. It is very confusing. I mean, all of this cracked terrain could be layered, and I really have no idea whether it is or not. Like, this kind of looks like it's layered terrain. Like layered Dirt 3 or Savannah. Looks like one goat was killed there by the TC. Oh, never bring a Vill to a scout fight. Anyway, lots and lots of early walls here for blue, but even so, you can see that with the power of the Chinese start against the super quick uptime from Lewis, going for those early walls there is certainly going to serve you quite well in this situation. Yeah, if I'm Niaz here, I'm just going for the full walls and defending, and then leveraging that Chinese eco. This looks like it's full walled over there. And patched out? Yep, that was patched out. No barracks yet, though, so really, I mean, we honestly could just see Niaz get to Feudal Age, and then immediately get the eco upgrades and not even bother with the barracks, although... Yeah, just finish off the wall right there. Well done. No scouts can just run in and get that damage done, and it's now down to Lewis to really make something happen, because Niaz is probably just going to get his eco upgrades. Wait, and he's not going FC, is he? Scouts the Chinese? We very often see it. The Georgians unique unit is less OP. I still think Georgians overall are overpowered, and Monaspa are part of that equation. I mean, guys, I told you, Niaz is a fun player. We've seen it in the past on Serengeti, but not in this situation. Oh, whoa, 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 Niaz, what are you doing? Oh, no! Oh, no, the scouts are gonna make it in first! What are you doing, Niaz? Oh my goodness, what are you doing? I have no idea what he was thinking there. Castle Age is on its way, but like... I'm just completely baffled. Guys, he doesn't have a barracks to make a spearman. Villager immediately gonna go down. Gonna be a second one that's gonna die quite quickly soon as well. I wish I understood this, guys. I mean, I know you want to get your scout out on the map to, well, scout, but having no villagers immediately nearby when you know your opponent's hanging around the front of your base, it's just honestly baffling. Made a mistake? It could easily be a game-losing mistake. Well, I mean, the scout healing is such a silly bonus now in Feudal Age. It's 2 HP a minute, guys. It's really not much. Alright, so what is the Castle Age transition going to be, though? Because you are still a minute 10 from Castle Age. You've lost 2 villagers and have had some idle time, but it's not... Oh my god. Guys, is Niaz going to start Niazing? Look at this. I honestly do not think that it was intended to let the scouts in. I think that is just never something you want to do if you can't help it. But at the very least, Niaz knows where his opponent's army is. Can he make this work? The Fire Lancers are going to be on the way, but Lewis has archers, and he should be close to full walled at this point. Very far away from Castle Age, remember, and he's going to catch back up in resources here in just a second. Yeah, it should be for Lancer's Siege. Only has 2 vills on food. Remember, everything else is just wood and gold. The Fire Lancers are the only wood and gold infantry. The only infantry in the game that doesn't cost food. Okay, Fire Lancer coming in, and we should be seeing a Siege Workshop right here. And Lewis, guys, is none the wiser. Wait a minute, hold on. Yeah, Blue knows where Red's TC is and doesn't know, like, anything else. If Lewis just happens to send his units over this way, to, like, maybe try and pressure from this angle, like, the game is immediately over. But nope, that's not what's happening. My first Fire Lancer's on its way over there. Rocket cart on the way. Oh boy. This is gonna be fun, guys. He's already just sending the vills forward here? What? Rocket cart coming in. Those go Redemption. But yeah, again, you can't go Redemption Monks in Feudal Age. Uh-oh. And guys, it's not like Lewis is almost Castle Age. He isn't even close to Castle Age. Looks like one scout does go down there, and maybe the Fire Lancer shot is going to miss everything. You don't have another unit in just yet, and those archers are going to be easily able to snipe the Fire Lancer, which remember has 0 base pierce armor, and Chinese do not get gambesons. Oh! Can the Vill at least get sniped, though? Oh, another Fire Lancer is going to go down for free. Uh-oh. Still, Lewis's eco is going to be a bit of a mess. Niaz is still training villagers, even if he can't do it super consistently. And another rocket cart's coming in. Those vills and the rocket cart are fully walled in here. The Fire Lancer numbers are not very impressive at this point. Like, oh no, there's one scout still alive. And that stable is going to go down in just a moment. Still, Lewis is pretty close to clicking up to Castle Age, and this is already such a fun series. I mean, technically you have double Barracks Fire Lancer production, it's just the Fire Lancers are so bad even against Feudal Age archers. With the Chinese, I mean, this is not that uncommon for Chinese these days. You have a great eco and got the Fire Lancers as a good early Castle Age unit. Anyway, guys, Rocket Cart eat TC. As we all know, careful though, again, with the Fire Lancer, no Pierce Armor is a big problem. Never Chinese? Did he just kill his own Vil? Oh my goodness. Oh, nice attack round there. There's one Vil there with which to repair, but he's not sending this in the right direction. Vil needs to go back that way, but it goes right into the archers. Where are the Fire Lancers? They're just derping out across the map, and oh no. Oh no. I mean, that's like an okay-ish enough fight, but obviously that is a disaster for Niaz. He is way behind in the resources destroyed, and he's behind in resources collected. I mean, he still has the tech advantage, obviously, but once Castle Age comes in, it's going to be a lot trickier. I guess one Vil goes down there. But if the Vil just went this way towards the rocket cart and not towards the archers, then maybe you can get the repairs in time, and then that buys enough time for the Fire Lancers to show up. But obviously, as it stands right now, this is not good. 30 seconds from Castle Age now is Mr. Lewis. Second rocket cart's coming back in, though. Game ain't over yet, that's for sure. Another archer bites the dust. And there is still a Vil here with which to repair the damaged rocket carts and, I guess, Scorpion. You can see Niaz not really able to sustain much Vil production anymore, just 2 Vils on food. And look at this double fortified church immediately. Georgians are just going to be such a difficult civ to pressure. Go CA? No, he's going to go for Redemption Monks, which I kind of like a bit more. Yeah, I think that Georgians become such a tough civ to push in this situation. Still don't love running into the TC fire like that. And Lewis's eco is still quite messy. And I guess you actually are up on the high ground here. Although, again, was that 2 Fire Lancers lost to the fortified church? Oh, nice kill there for Lewis as well. Yeah, I mean, it really does feel like the Serengeti, that's for sure. Oh, nice attack there with the rocket cart, kills 2 archers. Remember, if Lewis loses this game, he's out. And he's the #1 seed. And losing a clown game and then losing an FC rocket cart Fire Lancer game would probably not feel very good for him. Still, I'm not at all sold on this actually working for Niaz. The eco is at least now back up and running for Lewis, and again, the double fortified church next to the TC like this, it's so hard to push. Yeah, I think they might have done the seeding based off of ladder, and yeah, Niaz is just going to tap out. He's just going to run out of steam. There's just no way to push Georgians at this point. They have too much stuff here to defend. And Lewis ties up the series at 1-1. It was tricky, but was able to actually make that defense happen just in the nick of time. Can work. I mean, yeah, Georgians are going to be a very tough civ to make that work against. The fortified churches are so huge in buying you time. But well done, Lewis. Is the Chinese losing to the Georgians? And that means Bog Islands is the last map. It is the home map of Niaz, so let's see what he's got cooking for it. And it will be the #1 civ pick for each player. Yes, Pog Islands is indeed coming in. Oh boy. Remember when Escape used to do tournaments and Rise of the Rajas had just come out and they're like, oh, look at the mangrove terrain, and we had like Bog Islands and a bunch of tournaments in a row. Those were the good old days. Better focus on eco. I think that just Niaz, just how Lewis didn't feel comfortable going against Niaz in a like very standard arena game. I think that maybe Niaz didn't feel comfortable going against Lewis on a very standard open map game. PogChamp emote, wasn't the original PogChamp guy like a sex offender or something like that? He did something bad. Oh, he went hard MAGA. Ah, my bad. Get stomped in Leiloy? Yeah, Leiloy was quite tough. Also, just double checking real quick. I don't think the other series has actually started yet, so maybe they just start right after this series. So, here we go, guys. Bog Islands. What a blast from the past of a map. You'll have Niaz in the blue as the Malay to the southeast, and to the east in the red as the Persians. It will be Lewis. Invader Zem? Oh boy. They transitioned. Gotta love avoiding the controversy whenever possible. Building space on land? Oh, it's mangrove terrain, right? So you can build on the water too. So the only land you can't really build on is here in the center of the map where all the fish are. So usually, guys, this map comes down to full-on galley play and using that to take map control so you can have a little bit of a fish boom going on. And then you try and wall up on the land behind it. Like, you need to kind of, like, wall to the TC, wall on the sides. Otherwise, a demo ship is going to 100% sail into your wood line and kill all your vills. It becomes very sad. Shut up, Komodo Dragon. I don't need to hear yo sass. Armenian demos? I mean, this map can go late, but it's very rare that this one actually goes late. Looks like Niaz is a chicken. Can fold a whole cast? You bet they can. Have demo? Yes. So if you really are wondering, Persian dock tech tree is complete except for shipwright. And then they don't have bracer, obviously, for their galleons, which is a huge deal. And I guess they also don't have siege engineers for their cannon galleons. Malay have everything except for heavy demo ship. So Malay are the more pure water civ as the game goes on. They also have harbors potentially to place, but harbor spam isn't really that good on this map because it's hard to find space to build docks. All right, dock coming in here at the front from the Persians player, starting with those extra resources is very handy. Yeah, I mean, again, this is mostly an early to mid-game map where Persians and Malay are both going to be very good. But it's not like I think there's a huge deal of civ difference here. First fishing ship coming out here for Lewis as well, so doing a good job of utilizing that early extra resource boost. Castle and crack train, you'd think that, but nope, that's not the case at all. What does the side dock accomplish? Yeah, harbors are not very good versus land units, and they're only, like, okay-ish against water. Why would you go for a side dock? Again, you want the dock to be as close to the fish as possible, and all of the fish are in the middle of the map. That's how the map works. Yeah, so Kamandaran crossbowmen are still much better than skirmishers against halbs, and they're better than skirmishers against the scout line, although still not that great. With the distinction being that they're much worse against enemy skirmishers. So it's just they're a little bit different than a skirmisher. because you do still have crossbowmen with thumb ring, so their attack speed is quite good. You have the defense upgrades as well.
Sorry.
2 trash gold unit civs and the 2 civs that age up faster. Now that we think about it, they're both elephant civs. There's literally no difference between the Malay and Persians. They are the exact same civ. Okay, he's going for some box turtles here in the back, but obviously that's going to be way less good than going for the deep fish right here. As fishing ships gather at half the speed for shore fish and box turtles than they do for the deep fish. Have we ever seen Persians and Malay in the same room together? I don't think so. All right, so already going to be some walls coming up on the side because, again, you don't want to get your eco demo shipped. Yeah, no elephant archers for any civ other than the Indian civs, South Asian civs, whatever you want to call them. Imagine if Malay had elephant archers that had their battle elephant discount. It'd be like the most broken thing ever. Anyway, this is just going to be an all-out grush from Lewis. Very quick uptime for him. Meanwhile, Niaz is going to be going up with 5 more villagers, or 5 more eco units. But he's still going to be 30 seconds slower. Give the devs idea. Again, elephant archers seem to be locked behind DLC content. Again, that seems like the business decision that was made. Just how, actually, they didn't do that with any of the other regional units, now that I think about it. Okay, Stonewall's coming in. 80 food, 40 gold. What was it? I think that was one of the Operneck scenarios, right? The one in Africa. The thing with war elephants is that in some situations they can be impossible to stop, but that situation just very rarely comes up. The Hera game? Was there a Hera game he recently went war elephants in? Yeah, guys, I have no idea what Niaz is doing, but the stone walls are going to help protect him against the Grush, that's for sure, guys! But Lewis is ahead in resources, though. Again, his fishing ships are a lot more efficient, and he's still Persians, right? Persians have a great eco themselves. Who's just memeing? Okay, yeah, I mean, like... Hera going war elephants in a game that Hera's already winning is, like, it doesn't really mean anything. I mean, again, I just don't really get this from Niaz. Yeah, it's a best of 3, so this is the decider game. Oh my god, he's already fish booming. Okay, that's the plan. I feel like this is probably very bad. Because going for the fish boom here is usually something that's good if your opponent isn't able to also go for a fish boom, but doesn't have to invest into the fish traps. Built on bogs? Again, that is what logic would tell us, but Age of Empires has never been a game about logic. I mean, shouldn't Lewis just be getting to a much faster castle age time and then just start to go ahead and either kill Niaz or just start booming and out-booming his opponent? This is Galley. Yeah, but Lewis has already snuck in a couple of extra fishing ships. He sees the stone walls, and upon seeing the stone walls, I mean, it's not like you're gonna just go for full galley all in. Market coming in for Lewis as well. Fish traps. Malay fish traps, what makes them good is that they're cheap to get going, and they're very, very efficient in the long run. I mean, it's literally the best wood-to-food ratio in the game. That said, it's going to take a while for it to pay off because you had to spend so much villager time building those stone walls so quickly. Please hold. No, it's going to be over the next few days. So what I'm probably going to be doing over the next few days is we're going to cast the one match of the Ling Yen Cup qualifier, Chinese qualifier in the morning. And if it's anything like today, we'll just go ahead and cast this tournament afterwards. Hopefully with less of my PC dying. Because again, look at this, guys. Even with the Malay fishing ships coming in, it's going to take them a while before they actually get, you know, a lot of food in. Whereas Lewis's fishing ships are going to be collecting food much faster. He's had the better economy overall. At 3 seconds idle TC time, he's ahead by still 500 resources, and he's clicking up to Castle Age right after this with the help of the market. It's pretty wild that this is in a tournament, but hey, fun. More risk? Yeah, I think that best of threes are actually really underrated in AoE. Like, having every single game matter that much more is exciting. One more round? Well, there's actually a couple more rounds. It's I think a best of 16? Or it's not best of 16. A round of 16. Actually, is it round of 8? Yeah, wait, it's only the one... Yeah, it's only a round of 8. So we already have Stray Dog versus Shuen LV, and then it's the winner of Vivi versus Begu, so probably Vivi, and then I by Power versus Bad Koala. Finals used to be a best of 1. Back in like the super old days, I think that was the case. But I'm talking like 2002. When I was 5, so I wasn't watching AoE 2 tournaments back then. I was playing AoE 2, but I was just playing single player back then. The Elo, I heard that T90 is doing something different, but I have no idea what it is. Anyway, Neosk is going to be able to click up pretty quickly, but you can see he's only kind of catching up in resources here. Oh, I know all about the Skirm Wars. I've seen that. I mean, I've seen games from the ye old days. It's pretty wild just how different the game was back then. Right, defensive watchtower there. And you are only a minute off from Castle Age here as Neoz, and yes, he's got a big eco unit advantage with his Malay Fish Boom. Oh, yeah, you have to delete that and build it a couple tiles further back. Oh, actually does snipe the Vil. Rip. Out yet? Nope. It's been a very long time between them announcing the patch and it going live, so I'm curious as to when it will actually be out. Looks so normal. I mean, again, I was casting and playing way before DE came out. I started following AoE 2 competitively in like 2011, 2012, somewhere in that ballpark, and then I started casting in January of 2018. So I was casting for almost 2 years before DE came out. Anyway, yeah, this should be very over. Again, I actually just do not think this build was at all good from Neoz. Hi! Oh, the toxicity! The toxicity! Get away, noob! Oh, no! Jim shot soon? What? Oh, my goodness. Well, Lewis gets the win there, dropped the arena game, but just played normally there in the other 2 games. Lewis, you get the easy... Yeah, I mean, again, the build, I think, is just not actually a good one. Is Lewis a broccoli head? Oh, no. Non-24-hour gym? Mia's definitely burning the food a bit. Alright, so you're gonna have another series coming up next. And that will be Hope versus Kingstone. Yeah, so his old name used to be Hope, and then he changed it to something like that. But as I don't speak Vietnamese at all, we're going to call him Hope, because that's a lot easier for me. Please respect his new name. I'm sorry, guys, if this is considered disrespectful for Hope. I mean no disrespect, but it's a matter of ease and clarity. All right, so let's see. Oh, wow, they're already in game number 1. So let me go ahead and get the drafts real quick. Where's the map draft? Oh, here it is. Land Nomad is going to be fun. Colonizer mindset? Yeah, that's me. Very insensitive of other cultures. That. Do the civs here. Okay, so it looks like the draft is such that you can both pick the same civ. As you can see, both players have drafted Hindustanis. 48 seconds, and we'll be getting into game number 1. One of the good guys, I mean, it's been well established that at this point, TUS is just better Ornlu. He's Ornlu without the controversy. Without the toxicity. $18 seconds. Without the fortified walls. Is it a Chicago burb boy? No, he's a New York burb boy. Flipped? Oh, yeah, I guess it's backwards from Wikipedia. Did Niaz win? If by win you mean lose, then yes, he did. Picking arena? Yeah, that doesn't make sense. Alrighty, guys. Kingstone gonna be here in the red as the Hindustanis to the north of Land Nomad, a map that I love, but is not very popular in tournaments, unfortunately. And here to the east of the map in the blue, as the Vietnamese getting his IRL Civ buff, it will be Hope. Alrighty, so the rush distance is relatively close, all things considered. Got some cows and boars strewn across the map. Is more fun Arabia? Absolutely. Both civs, like the thing with Hindustanis and Vietnamese is that they are so well-rounded that on anything that's basically just like a generic-ish land map, which Land Nomad kind of is, they're gonna be good. Yeah, I mean, Niaz is gonna be in a better spot to defend as he has more tree lines nearby. But I think both players could have a bit of a tough time in the, like, mid-game trying to defend. So we'll have to see here. Looks like Kingstone was just faster with his starting TC, though. That boar is going to be taken now. So, I do favor Kingstone a little bit, but it should be a very close series. Should be fun, fun, fun. But yeah, definitely prefer Kingstone start here. I will say that gulabs are not something Vietnamese like dealing with, as obviously Vietnamese want to be making ranged units whenever possible. That said, if Vietnamese get to late game, and you can just get to Elephant plus Arb or Rattan or even Skirmisher, then Hindustanis die. If Franks are good anywhere... Oh, 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 oh. Oh, 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 oh. That's my Jabba the Hutt laugh. I hope you liked it. But no, we see fast castles very commonly on this map. Oh, that's actually full walled.
Vikings here.
With the Gulams. I actually have never seen Fire Lancer versus Gulam. I imagine the Gulams are still fine, though. So, let's see what the plan is. You're still just ahead, though, as Kingstone here, since he got his CC down a lot faster. Also, he sees where his opponent is located. Scouting is decent enough here for Hope, and of course, Vietnamese always going to be happy on a Nomad-style map to see exactly where their opponent's TC is. But if we look at Kingstone's POV, I mean, he clearly lost a cow here to the line of sight of his opponent, so he's just doing fine. Easier for Vietnamese with Fire Lancers. I mean, Fire Lancers with extra HP could certainly be okay, but I'm not sure if it's good enough. I mean, you could be right. I just haven't really seen it yet. It's hard to know about all the new civs and interactions and stuff. When that's a big Sag boar lure. When every game is Scarm v Scarm.
Namaste. Adesh.
But yeah, compared to regular Nomad, if you don't have the fishing ships, which are so important for your economy and also very exposed, typically these sorts of maps are too hard to attack early on, and they just go fast castle v fast castle. Don't I love Scarm Micro? Oh, it's my favorite thing ever. Four-second chains? I don't know.
Namaste.
I mean, what makes the skirmishers so overwhelming is the fact that you can get so many of them out so quickly. And that even the one damage that they deal versus most things is really hard to stop with micro, with the melee unit pathfinding not being very good. But you're on the one hand, melee pathfinding should be a lot better, which means that skirmishers are going to be having a tougher time. And with the longer train time, they are nerfing the skirmisher where I think it is the most at its most overbearing. So I don't know. I really don't know. We'll have to see. Anyway, Kingstone up on 18 pop. This is not going to be for a fast castle, interestingly. Got walls coming in over here, though. And I assume you're probably going to, like, wall over here and then try and lure the boar? Yeah, I think that's the case. Yeah, good scouting here for Hope. And he's just going to full wall. Again, this is fully walled right there, so no worries on that front. Remember, though, Hindustani scouts do have extra damage versus building, so if one of these far-flung walls is a little too exposed, then that could be a way that Kingstone just busts in before Hope is really ready to deal with that. Meanwhile, still not clicking up yet is Hope, and he is spending a lot of ill time going into wall here, which is a bit of an issue. You can see he's already 300 resources behind, which is no good. Do you think this... Oh, you mean Ling Yen Cup? That's not this tournament, but Ling Yen Cup growing interest? I don't think so. I don't think AoE can really grow interest right now unless it gets another DE version. It's still fundamentally just a niche game. Like, DE's been out for a long time. It does a good, really, really good job of retaining players, but I don't really think it's ever growing. Especially viewer number-wise. No! Hope needed to wait for the next patch! Oh, no! Oh, no. Guys, this might not be a very good game number one here for Hope. But AoE2 exists in? I mean, it's at least very stable, right? it's AoE 2 feels much better than StarCraft did back in like 2015 when I kind of stopped getting into it, when you could just feel that the scene was dying. People were losing interest in the game and they kind of wanted to go do other things, both pro players and content creators. And then it's like, okay, now KESPA, which was like the big Korean esports organization, stops sponsoring tournaments because they want to do other games. Like that was, that just felt bad. AoE 2 does not feel like that right now. I mean, people still absolutely love the game. Our top pro players and content creators aren't going anywhere. And I think part of that's just the fact that AoE 2 is fundamentally a more enjoyable game than StarCraft was. After 2015? Yep. But did the viewer numbers ever compare to the before times? Because StarCraft at its peak was way bigger than AoE 2 at its peak. Like, way, way, way bigger. So it had much further to fall. That's not what dead means? Yes, but it was... I'm talking about the feeling in the community. And again, you had plenty of content creators jump ship to do other games. And, again, it's not even necessarily about the numbers, but sort of the vibe. And the fact that people were largely dissatisfied with the game, too. Yeah, so I'd say the overall status of AoE 2 is... You could, if you want to look at it positively, consistent. If you want to look at it negatively, you could say stagnant. But AoE 2 could be in a far worse position. Simpler. It's much simpler. AoE 2 is much simpler. On downward slide. And again, but that's just, in part, that's because StarCraft was always, or like at its peak, like one of, if not the biggest esports. So even at its decline, I don't think StarCraft's player base is really any different than AoE 2's right now, most likely. But again, like AoE 2 players have always just felt so much happier about their game, and as somebody who was in both communities for a long time. You know what I mean? Pronounce Hope's name? Tang Tuo Twang Chui. That's my best guess at it. AoE 2 absolutely has charm. And that's, I think, because AoE 2 can fundamentally be enjoyed in several different ways. It doesn't just have to be the hardcore multiplayer scene. You have casual players playing against the bots or just with their friends. You have the custom games lobby. You have all the single-player campaign content. And it just, again, just feels fun. Who did I co-cast with in the Grand Melee? Who did I cast? I mean, I'm sure I casted with Nilly and Dave. And then I casted with Ellie in that long time we had to kill, where it's basically just the two of us having to ramble for a long time. Then we did the desk with Artosis. For StarCraft, well, the thing is that World's Edge knows that AoE 2 is its cash cow, so to say. So that's where a lot of their focus is going to be. Whereas with Blizzard, the focus was always on Warcraft and then Hearthstone, which were way more profitable. Yeah, Artosis was there, and that was definitely one of honestly the highlights of my casting career, was getting to work with Artosis. Who, again, I grew up in like middle school and high school watching GSL. Great guy. Really, he's actually really supportive of, you know, me as like an up-and-coming caster. Looking weird? Yep. You nearly killed the Pokemon? I do think power creep is a very real problem, but it doesn't seem to be addressed that much. Well, Rattan Archers are going to be on the way. And the second TC is coming in for each player. But a 1,000 resources lead for Kingstone is obviously monumental. X-rated donation spam? Oh, yeah. TC Bombe. So, skirms are out here. They're still going to be good against the Rattan archers. Upgrades aren't very good for either player, so this is really just about how little army can you get away with while trying to boom. Oh, it's a very passive game. Because Hope went for full walls and is just behind an eco, and Kingstone's not trying to go for heavy castle age pressure to try and counter it. For aggro, there really isn't an opportunity there for Kingstone to get any damage done. Again, Land Nomad typically is pretty passive. Third TC coming off way over to the side here for Kingstone. He does have a Scout Cavalry or two. And I mean, Vietnamese and Hindustanis are both very flexible civilizations that can do several different things and are good on basically every land map. Rise and fall of Blizzard. I mean, Blizzard hasn't fallen, right? It's still very big and active, but the whole industry dynamics with like multiplayer gaming and esports is probably not as well documented as it could be. Like there's been a lot of like casual articles and stuff, but a lot of that's just like trying to get shock value and having hot takes. Camels to do something? Camels to do what? His opponent is super heavily walled. But yeah, I mean, I think what was interesting is that after the acquisition by Activision, all of the original devs for like all of the Blizzard games that kind of like made them big, they all jumped ship. So, I mean, the corporatification of Blizzard, I think, probably had a huge issue, caused huge issues with the quality of their games. Kingston has like most of the map. He's got plenty of control. Yeah, I mean, esports in general is on a pretty big downturn. Diablo. Yeah, I think that it is absolutely unfair to say that Blizzard has fallen, but I do think that Blizzard's market share and general perception has fallen enormously. And I think both of those things are true. For second generation, I have no idea. Anyway, obviously I've been rambling about other stuff because there hasn't been any action in this game. Well, don't do that, Scouts! Don't just take those rocks, man! Alright, Bodkin's just now coming in, but you're about to have Ballistics in for Kingstone. It's oversaturation, and then people are just not very consistent with the games they want to watch or play. So high. Yep. Didn't get Vietnamese rocket carts? Well, Vietnamese aren't really focused on gunpowder in the same way that the other civs that have it are. Anyway, great micro there for Kingstone. I mean, that's... Oh, goodness gracious, that's great micro. Uh-oh. YouTube stream is bugged? Is it? Looks fine on my end. Yeah, no idea. Yeah, we're at 2 mangonels to 0. And again, the eco difference is just so staggering. The 3 TCs to 2 is quite significant. You don't have ballistics in, so the villagers are going to have at least an easier time surviving.
What?
Well, what? What am I doing wrong? Anyway, these quick walls are going to be brutal. Brutal. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What are you... Are you specifically trying to misspell every single word? What? I mean, I'm pretty good at killing Age of Empires. I mean, those are some nice kills here and there for Hope, but the issue is he's still going to be losing his rattan archers here. There's no real way you can save them, especially with ballistics in. Your job, it is my job, but I mean, you guys could still make it a bit easier for me. Oh, wait, hold on. There's a doubt castle on the other side. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, this game has just been a really rough one here for Hope. Oh, my God. He just cannot catch a break in these mangonel wars. 0 days since the last time AoE 2 was killed, yeah. Yeah, it's more like the mangonel slaughter. Oh, no. I mean, Kingstone can click up to Imp whenever he wants. He's got so much wood banked up. He finally gets a 1-for-0 back when it doesn't matter anymore. Again, 3,000 more resources. Okay, I guess Hope does click up first. We got petards and armored elephants on the way. I mean, he's still probably dead. That's a lot of farms coming in. Holy cow. Look at that bucolic paradise. Still, Hope doesn't really have an army. He is getting a defensive mangonel out, which is going to be very important to deal with the ram push. Anyway, oh, cool. I have never been to Vietnam, but I would love to go.
Dạ vâng, có thảo dân.
Anyway, Kingstone also has 3 relics. Agricultural powerhouse, especially northern India. The... I mean, Kingston hasn't had to do a whole lot because he's been with a better eco from, you know, the jump of the gun. Wait, what the heck? Is he trying to create an enclosure for his trebuchets? The treb is going to pop out over here because it's not going to pop out where the walls are, and then you'd have to walk all the way around anyway, or trundle all the way around. Stone wall's coming up here to the north. We're at 3 armored elephants, and here we go. Mango protection, I guess. But at this rate, the skirms are going to kill the mango. And the petards are in, and that is a dead castle. Holy cow, that is a dead castle. Oh, no.
Viking.
Hello, Malamadre. And you really can see that Hope did a huge mistake by not having a better eco in early game and not going skirmishers. You get 4,000 more resources collected here for Kingstone than Tanduri's crypto coin. Yeah, the Chonkers plus the petards obliterated the castle. Yeah, it's 3 bill start. What's Midweek Madness? This is just a little, I guess, weekly tournament that is at least being done throughout August, hosted by Daniela and Robo. That's just basically a little... It's MM. Midweek Madness is 2 words. Okay. Run away, elephants, run away! Midweek is 2 words? I don't think so. What Hope needs is he needs 4,000 more resources. And more villagers. Well, doesn't even have ballistics. Town patrol! Town patrol! Town patrol! Look at this vision here for red. All the outposts with town patrol. Great map awareness. Any hope here? Nope. No hope puns will be successful here. Anyway, why go Gulams when you can go for trash units, guys? Come on. Come on, come on, come on. I guess ballistics is now coming in, but... Ugh. Great looking armor? They sure do. Alright, another castle coming in here at the back for Kingstone. And really this is just a matter of Kingstone's going to get to 200 pops so much faster than his opponent. Now we do have infantry armor coming in. Double bombard cannon production as well. What infantry unit are you going to go for here? I guess you... I actually have no idea. He doesn't even have many rattan archers left. Just trying to raid with them, but they're going to get killed by the skirmishers. Who has the better trash? Generally, I would say Hindustan or Vietnamese. Okay, Fire Lancers, I am not very sold on. Still, I mean, the castle is going to go down, and I'm still not seeing Kingstone transition into anything here. Okay, now he's going to go Hussar, but that still feels like it's a lot further off than he'd like. Kingston is a Sith lover character in the Star Wars universe, so curses to him. Castle's taking a lot of damage. A couple petards over here, so I guess Kingstone's going to try and put a stop to that. I mean, I guess against the Fire Lancers, the hand cannoneers are going to be extremely good. Proliferated Lycav? No, they missed Blast Furnace. Their Lycav aren't all that great. They're tanky, but... I mean, kind of tanky. You don't have Hussar, though. You don't have much in the way of damage. I mean, that isn't going to be all that successful here for Kingstone. Hope is on 114 bills. That's not bad, although he is still falling behind in resources collected due to the better eco upgrades of Kingstone. I mean, the Fire Lancers are going to go ahead and kill the Armored Elephant. Still, the Treb goes down in the next shot. Exactly. Yeah, Kingstone's fine. Kingstone is totes fine. Yeah, now that we have this lovely farming eco in the back. I mean, it is still a slight bombard cannon numbers advantage here for blue, but it doesn't really feel like enough. Elite Fire Lancer feels woefully insignificant here. And now you're just going to get to Shiitake Hand Cannoneer plus Hussar plus Bombard Cannon, which is usually the ideal army composition in a 1v1 for Hindustanis. Is Shiitake in? I don't think so. Cow in the Indian farmland? Yes, indeed. Alright, gonna try and get another castle here to the southwest is Hope. I mean, Hope still has resources in his base, but I am so not at all sold on this at all for Hope. Hand cannons help snipe that bombard cannon. This castle's already gonna be under very significant threat. These bombards are trying to move forward, but we already have siege engineers even in. And the castle goes up, and the castle's gonna go down very shortly thereafter. I mean, Kingstone's had more map control, like, the entire game. Kingstone's had map control for the past 44.5 in-game minutes. Hindustani champions? I don't love it. I think that Kingstone should just do what he's doing here. Next in the game, well, it is getting nerfed in the next patch, which will come out, I'm sure, eventually. Castle taking 25,000 HP of damage. Holy cow. And once again, the issue remains that you only have 5 pierce armor here, which means that the skirmishers will deal 2 damage a hit. So even with the 102 HP, still taking a decent amount of damage. And the hand cannons, of course, are going to do their part to obliterate the enemy units. And also, it looks like 2 bombard cannons were lost over here to this bombard cannon. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. I mean, Kingstone's just absolutely had the micro advantage this game, going all the way back to the Mangonel Wars. Hussars are going to be running in. I don't know where they got in. It doesn't really matter. Ah, right here. Hussars are missing some attack upgrades, but that's fine. Lancers are not getting 1 more pierce armor. I don't think they're getting changed at all. They already got buffed with the cost reduction. And I think they had their Castle Age attack increased a bit. Chautauqua and Grand Trunk Road both coming in. An IRL Civ bonus. Alas, the IRL Civ bonus is not enough to carry Hope in this game. But they're literally a gunpowder Civ. Why would they lose Bombard Cannon? Well, those are the other Lancers, Jan Chess. I never feel like Fire Lancers always feel that impressive. They just feel like they're very expensive and just die to any ranged unit. An IRL Civ bonus is just a joke. People playing the Civ that they would represent them in real life. So, Hope playing as Vietnamese, he's from Vietnam. Again, skirms are getting a huge nerf in the next patch, or at least a pretty big nerf with the train time reduction. It's just the patch hasn't come out yet. Oh, I remember that. Anyway, GG is called, and Kingstone is just going to absolutely cruise his way to victory here in game number 1. And he was ahead in resources from literally the start of the game. He had a better start, and then it was just that mid-game pressure from Hope just did not do anything at all. And so that is a decisive game number 1 win there for Kingstone. And so we have Arena and Acropolis. And that's Vietnamese losing to the Hindustanis. Alright, so Acropolis will be the next map. This feels like Hope is going to be going Hindustanis versus probably Dawei or Chinese. And then Arena is going to be Malay versus Bohemians again. Anyway, guys, I need to take a quick break. I'll be right back. And we'll march onward here. It's already been a pretty long stream today. It's been almost 5 hours. What's up? I apologize if I took too long there and it was continuing to ruin AoE. The worst archery grouping patch. Alright guys, here we are, game number 2. Down 0-1, needs to get the win here. It will be Hope in the blue as the Khmer to the northeast of the map. And to the southwest in the red as the Chinese, it will be Kingstone. Which means that Hope is probably not going to play his #1 Civ pick. Huh. Dropped in. I'm sorry, I had to use the restroom. It happens. Alright, so 15 seconds idle time. Pretty darn solid start here for Chinese. But unless you're going to pick Hindustanis on Arena over Malay, which feels very strange, Hope wouldn't use his #1 Civ pick in the entire draft. Whereas Kingstone's probably not going to play Da Wei. But if you get Chinese and Wei, I'm picking Chinese on a map like Acropolis. Doesn't wall up. And Khmer are a good Civ for this map. I mean, you could even argue they're as good as Hindustanis, but it's just, it would be, from a draft perspective, it's very weird that if you personally prioritize Hindustanis significantly more than Khmer, why you wouldn't pick them. Anyway, this is the latter version of Acropolis, so 4 shorefish in it. I think the one for Ling Yen Cup has 6. Did I watch the men's? I did. It's always got to do that. Got to stay healthy. Yep, no camels here for Chinese. Alrighty, so let's see how this is going to go. Could be bad against Khmer. I mean, to me, Chinese always just have that little bit of extra flexibility, but Khmer are also going to be very solid. I mean, again, like on a map, an open map like this, I would consider Chinese to be an S-tier Civ, and I would also consider Khmer to be an S-tier Civ, so it's still pretty close. It's just pro players are very, very good at utilizing Chinese. Yeah, remember when Chinese had Redemption as well, and they didn't have block printing? In the long, long ago time? Now they have block printing and no Redemption. But Chinese could actually Monk Rush reasonably well because of a good eco and Redemption and Atonement. That actually came at a discount. Back before Burmese were a Civ that had a Monk discount, Chinese were the Civ that had the Monk discount. Our second best? It says Chinese are an Archer Civ in game, but I would say they're more accurately an economic Civ. They don't have any direct Archer bonuses, and they have a bunch of... They have several eco bonuses. What are they? Are they still classified as an Archer, or isn't it like Archer and Gunpowder? Yeah, Archer and Gunpowder, which is very weird. Keeper upgrades. The Chinese start is a huge eco bonus, and they also have their farm team bonus, so they have 3 eco bonuses. Hello, Dirty Squirrel. Yes, their unique unit is an Archer, so I mean, like, if you were to describe them as only one of the 3 main unit lines, or I guess 4 with Siege, 5 with Naval, then yeah, I guess they're an Archer Civ, but it just doesn't... It feels like calling Teutons an Infantry Civ before they got the extra armor for their infantry. And yeah, again, this just seems to be something that World's Edge is really trying to push right now. That players really adhere to the handbook. I mean, I doubt John Slow would really want to force that unless, again, if Syscon's opponent made a big thing about it, then yes, they'd have to do that because it is within the rules. But I'm sure it came down. Came down from on high. Yeah, you can't wall on the hill, remember, so I'm not entirely sure what this is going to accomplish. I mean, I guess it still does restrict the area in which your opponent can attack you, so I guess that has value. And it looks like the spearman actually did not get some pokes in. I mean, I would say that I would never consider a civ without bombard cannons to be a gunpowder civ. To me, it feels like the bare minimum to being a gunpowder civ is to have good hand cannoneers and good bombard cannons. And then also probably good cannon galleons and bombard towers. Towers, so. They can be that. Anyway, horse collar coming in now for Kingstone. It is already in for Hope. Resources collected, you can see around a 500 res collected lead for the Chinese player. Did make a few farms to that horse collar, but at least you get the Chinese bonus. Got an extra 25 food. Oh my god, he is going to wall in the entire thing. What? A gunpowder civ? No. Because their gunpowder units are generic, and in fact have worse, worse than, that's a little ugly. Can we be a Cav civ without bloodline? Burgundians say yes, and Franks say yes. Again, like, what makes Chinese distinct and good is their eco. Their eco and their tech tree. Teutons? Yeah, I mean, although they are infantry and cavalry, but yes. Of your type? Then it's gonna be who has the best skirmishers! I've never seen this, and there's a reason we don't see it, guys. I mean, I guess you're getting some damage done on the other side. I guess. Why isn't there a spear? Why is Kingstone not making a spearman? Okay, I mean, he's 6 fills ahead, it's fine, but, like... Guys, why is this so weird? Why is this game so weird? Oh my god. I mean, I guess it's still good for Kingstone. At the end of the day, he's still ahead in resources. He still has spearmen to 0 spearmen. I mean, like, I do say, guys, that if you're playing Khmer and you're going to get into a scout war, you either need a very quick archery range transition to help deal with spearmen, or you need to be fully walled so you can avoid taking engagements that are unfavorable to you. I do say that, and to be fair, Hope is saying, you know what, Ornlu, I'm listening to you. I'm playing the scout war, Khmer against Chinese, and so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go for walls. And you know what? I can't argue with that. Oh, the Vil can't make it. Anyway, now you got Spearman at home. I mean, like, this should be totally fine here for Red. Oh, boy. Player knows it. Is Hope really outclassed by Kingstone so much? I mean, I fight for Kingstone a little bit, but... yeah. I have literally never seen this on this map. Oh, another Vil's gonna die. What do you know? 9 Vil kills to 3. Also, most players would never just try something completely weird and random because they think that they're the worst player. I mean, usually that's just a bad mindset to have, is if you don't think you can beat your opponent, then it feels like you've lost most of the battle anyway. It would have to be something pretty extreme, where like you're up against Hera and you're just going to try something wild. Niaz kind of did that, and Lewis actually kind of both did that in their own games, but the games that they tried something weird, they lost. So, I mean, that kind of checks out. And yeah, there's a difference when you're doing something that's kind of weird off meta. Like what Neos did on Serengeti was kind of weird and off meta, but it wasn't necessarily bad. Although, I mean, obviously deleting the wall was bad, but that's not part of the strategy. This, there's a reason you don't do this, guys. The Castle Age times are not... Wait, no way. There's an overjump! What the heck? You have got to be kidding me. What? What?
什么？
What? I mean, but there's still the scouts running in here. Also, the walls are still not done, guys. We're 19 minutes in the game and the walls aren't done. Yeah, something foxes and chicken coops for sure. Okay, Castle Age is coming in for Kingstone. He's fine. Fine. Guys, he did it! Guys! He did it! Kingstone has full walled Acropolis! Oh my goodness. He did it! He wins the game! The Holy Trinity meta, what does that mean? He only lost 15 vills in the process. Hey, he killed 7 too, so it's only a net 8 villagers lost. Is he even going to let his scouts back in? Nice, he's still running around his opponent's base. He came to T90, and T90 would be like, Ornlu, why on earth would you send me this game? It was terrible, and it was obvious who was going to win. Sneaky Vill behind? I mean, you obviously had time to do that. Walls weren't done until over 19 minutes had passed. No, that's full walled. I mean, there's already 1,500 resources behind. Khmer Ika will carry, yeah, versus Chinese. I mean, this is a little bit more damage in. Oh no, oh no, Hope, no, no. So many scouts are going down. Oh my goodness, the scouts are even still better upgraded here for red. He's gonna have light cav in a second, he's gonna have iron casting in a moment. But guys, Hope has the Vill lead, guys. Oh my goodness, what is happening? Trying to get the high ground there is Kingstone. Oh, is Blue gonna hold up? Oh, is he gonna do it? Gonna do it? I think he's gonna do it, guys. I think Hope's got it. You just gotta believe. Oh my goodness, guys. Second TC's almost in for Kingstone. He's doing okay. Sending 4 bills to repair there. No, it's not an overchop yet. You're almost there, but it's no overchop right now. That scout's gonna die. High pitch. Yep. You know what, guys? It's an ostrich egg base. That's what this base is, guys. It's an ostrich egg base. The largest egg on the planet. I mean, he only has a few fire lancers. It doesn't really matter that much. But don't worry, guys. Hope is on his way up to Castle Age. He is going to make his comeback in double jeopardy. Now you're going through a gate. Oh my goodness, guys. You drunk? But it's Monday or Tuesday. It's one of the days of the week that isn't the weekend. The walls for 1 minute now? Yeah, I mean, what's he supposed to do? The walls are being so effective. Bosaw coming in. Only a specific time. Ah, my bad. He deletes the wall! I mean, to be fair, I don't work normal hours. Oh, boy. Still walling. Don't worry, stable number 2 is going to come in, and these scouts are going to get work done. Ignore the 2,000 resources deficit, the 23 army to 6, the 48 vills to 41, and the better eco upgrades. No! A wonder house? What's a wonder house? Is Hope trying to achieve? I wish I could tell you. I know it's my job to tell you why stuff is happening, but I feel like I'm failing you guys. Because I just don't get it. Wonder House. Oh my goodness. Rumble? Did somebody have a Wonder House? Wait, I'm so confused. I mean, I casted some of Regicide Rumble. Patch could be live? Could it be? I guess it would be the patch time. Into Wonder House? Oh, I might have not seen the game that Hope played in. I think that might have been it. Is a mistranslation. Wait, was Hope the guy who just had all of the Google Translate stuff in? In the website? Oh. Okay. Well, GG! Kingstone gets the 2-0 win. That was a very, very weird game. Indeed, that was a game if I've ever seen one. Alright guys, so I guess there's a patch live? I don't know what that means for the next series. Anyway, we'll try and update our game and see what happens. What was the final set? Oh yeah, Mihai versus Mati. Next series are they? What's the Discord server then? Right. That. Yeah, I've got an update queued. Oh, wait. Oh, this could be awkward, guys. Hold on.
Sibs?
I want a 2-minute break though. I want to go to the bathroom. Be right back.
Patch notes. All right. Let's see if they changed anything. Yeah, apparently the patch is out. Monty, German player.
Okay, well. Ornlu, can you hear me? You didn't update your game, didn't you? It was written in the No, like I literally just came back, dude. No, so if you did, then yeah, technically it's the old patch. But we said in the Discord, caster chat, caster announcements. Yeah. So we said this there will be the pop update within the next hour or so. Please do not close your game, or you may update automatically.
All right.
So I just assume you didn't. I didn't know there was a Discord. Chop chop! This is professional tournament.
Oh my goodness.
Chop chop.
I need to go find Daniela's freaking Discord server.
All good. All good. Yeah. So if you update already, you have to go back. Okay, I'm going.
All right. Yeah. Okay. So now I need to revert. Wait, I haven't updated yet. Okay. How do I not update? Wait, did they change the organ gun nerf? Yeah, because that was actually a bad nerf. Yep, they didn't nerf the organ gun. Oh, sorry, my face was covering it. Yep. I imagine most of the other changes went through. Yeah, looks like it. Yep, good change, good change. Okay, now I need to find Daniela's Discord. Okay, I think what I need to do, I think I need to update the game and then switch patch. Where the heck is Daniela's Discord, guys? Oh, maybe I'm not part of it. Maybe I never joined it. Cannot file. What? Content file locked? What? But how do I play? Okay, it's actually good that the update failed. Updates. Content file locked. Um. Well. Okay, let's try this, guys. Oh no! The script! If we just click on DE and try and launch it from there. Oh, I think that the changes, it was a bad organ gun change. Organoids would literally be useless. MG Light gifting this up to Jan Chess. Thank you so much, MG Light, and welcome to the Wolfpack, Jan Chess. Also, I think I need to join Daniela's Discord server. I assume that's under her stream somewhere. All right, so do this, and then we mute the server. All right. New update. Okay, is the update live though? Like, do I need to still? Okay, this is, I think, new. Just go to like, I don't know, Sicilians. Okay, yeah, we're on the new patch. We need to go back to the old one. All right. Oasis. Oh. Yeah, I mean, I guess that is necessary. Okay, but now I need to go to betas, previous live, do that. Tournament talk? Pathfinding? Okay, that's good. Do I need a specific role on the Discord to see Rex?
Hello! I'm ready. Patch notes? Homie, you're in the wrong Discord. Ornlu.
Oh no.
Discord. Click on that.
Oh my god. It's a midweek madness Discord. Oh
no.
my goodness. Customize my experience? Oh, okay. I'm a caster. There we go.
Ready? I have the Rex here. Robo message me. Waiting for me. I'm sorry. Zero.
Guys, we're riding the struggle bus here. I'm not gonna lie.
Mihai. Mishu.
I will not lie.
No. El Matador. More dramatic. Yeah.
All right, so. Yeah, I mean, I already did a whole video on the changes, except they didn't go through with the organ gun nerfs, which I think was a very good idea because it would have killed the unit. It basically would be useless. If you can't even match the range of everything in Castle Age, then, like, what are you doing in life? All right, there we go. That. Sorry, guys, just kind of figuring out stuff here. The new patch is live right now, except the series was already played, so I had to revert back to the previous patch. But yeah, we were getting Coastal Forest for the first time. Probably going to be a Persian mirror, though. Let's see. I think all the other changes are going to be exactly the same. Yes. I think all of the other changes are exactly the same. All right. Okay, we have the series. Let me get the files. That. Oh, not a mirror matchup. Let's go. Oh, forgot to do the scoreboard. More ruining AoE. All right, guys, here we are. Game number 1 is on Coastal Forest, a map we never see in 1v1s, but we see all the time in team games. It's basically just the DE-ified version of Cape of Storms. I already found a bug? Ah. Good match. Is he? Yeah, it is. He is El Matador. Okay. I don't know, guys. APM check. Guys, do you think it's El Matador? I don't know if it's El Matador yet, guys. There are foxes on... Wait, the foxes weren't a joke? I thought the foxes were a joke. Wait, so foxes are just like chickens? No, people are definitely on the new patch. Alright, so Mihai going to be the yellow Wu here to the east, and Matador going to be the red Persians to the west.
Hello?
Wait, gold? Whoa. Okay, I mean, I guess you're a furrier. Only 35 gold. But do they replace deer and chickens, or... with no drop-off? Okay, well, this is getting weird. Jeez. Yeah, fox fur. I mean, the gold makes sense. They're on the map. No! Well, again, because foxes were hunted for their fur. Try to drop off point. It's just really weird now. Or they're an extra resource. Okay, this is very odd. It's just inconsistent. I feel like it's difficult for players to learn all of these different animals in the game. Like, there's a reason that the devs with Ensemble made the javelinas the same as wild boar, and made the jaguars the same as wolves. Get the goal is frankly embarrassing. Alright, so Doc coming out here at the back for each player. Remember, this is nerfed Wu. No, it's not nerfed Woo. It's unnerfed Woo. I'm getting this backwards.
何种命令？
AoE 2, yeah, basically. Won't change the meta? No, I don't think they're going to change all that much. I just think it's confusing. Alright, so lots of pushing happening right here.
准备
Both
就绪
players with a lumber camp over here to the north. And likely this is going to be one of those situations where you make some fire ships at the back, but you can't really go for full water play as the rush distance and the openness is way too much here at the south. Yeah, Qian Swordsman got nerfed.
喂，何种命令？
Men at Arms comes easier to do. I'm just thinking, like, if you can you FC now on Arena? If you just take the foxes, you don't ever have to build a mining camp because that's gonna push up Arena build orders to be even faster. Which is really needed. Oh, absolutely. Well, the thing is, the unit's probably just gonna be pretty bad now in late game. I mean, like, it was already very bad in late game, and now it's even worse in late game.
准备就绪。
Have a new villager carry animation, I guess. Oh man, there's gonna be a lot to figure out. No elite version. I highly suspect that this was the design compromise for having new elite unit skins. I'm pretty sure Microsoft says, okay, you only have the budget to do one new elite unit skin per civilization. Which is why you don't have elite grenadiers, but they're affected by a unique tech, and the same exact thing goes for Qian Swordsmen, Xianbei Raiders, and War Chariots. All of which are a unique unit that doesn't have an elite version, but is benefiting from an Imperial Age unique tech. Like, they all have that. Well, except for the Qian Swordsman, I guess. They have no elite, yeah, but now they would have to design a new unit skin for the elite version, which again I think is part of the constraints they now have. Anyway, militia coming forward, soon to be men-at-arms. The unit, so accurate. So what I tried to do is, in general, I try and pronounce stuff correctly, at least as best I can, as a native English speaker. There is a limit, though, when the pronunciation looks very different than what you'd think, and it just confuses people. Which is why I stopped calling Gurjaras, Gurjars. Just because, even though it's accurate, it's just hard for people to understand. It's why I call them Khmer and not Khmer. Also, I pronounce everything atonally, even with the Chinese words.
什么？喂，
Just because, again, that's much easier to smoothly say in English. Anyway, men-at-arms coming in. Defensive tower is forced out, but the walls are not complete for Mihai on the other side. Fishing ship numbers 3 to 3, with the fourth one coming in for Mihai. Of course, Persians do have the extra TC space, which is, or not TC space, fork rate. It's always been come here. Oh my goodness. Well, defensive tower is going to be in, and Mati doing a decent job of defending.
Ari.
什么？
Farman.
سلام. آری. سلام.
Well, I guess that mill is under some pressure, and Matador does have more idle time than he probably would want at the moment. Gonna start farming. That said, he was able to pick up double bit axe, and Mihai has not been able to do so. I mean, he can afford it, but he just hasn't done so yet. Now he's gonna be mixing in some scouts. I don't necessarily think that's the case. I think what they're trying to do is they need to keep on adding stuff that like they keep adding stuff to the game, and there's only so many game mechanics you can alter, and the other AoE games give you something, you know, a good starting point to work on if you want to add other stuff into the game. But yeah, the foxes feel like something that are added for, you know, map makers to make tournament maps more different. As, I mean, with casual players, it's not really going to matter too much one way or the other anyway. Okay, Matador does lose his first unit there. Fletching is in on these archers, and the men-at-arms do regenerate HP over time. So all of this is certainly good here for Mihai. And now we also are going to be in the situation where Mihai is going for some fire galleys that are sailing around, and Red has got nothing. Literally nothing here on the water. So Mihai 5 kills to 1 death. Oh man. Beastie. Well, the foxes, are the foxes aggressive? Since 2010? I mean, they've been night crossbowmen, like, the entire time I have ever, you know, watched competitive Age of Empires. At least on open maps. Not fight back. I guess they're just not powerful enough or something? Or changes? Well, Capture Age got massive layoffs, right? So I don't think they're going to be doing a whole lot much else. Well, Wu aren't really so much of an eco civ. And Matador is still ahead in resources, although the fire galleys are going to be doing work here. There you go. Anyway, scouts are out. Just DGs. Oh, oof, that's rough. Mihai with a very quick game number 1 win. That is a very quick GG. Why? Because he was going to lose all those skirms. He had no spearmen. There were archers out to snipe any additional spearmen that were made, and then I guess he just thought, okay, I'm losing on the water, I'm losing on the land. I reckon. In about a month? Sure, why not? All right. That is the Persians losing to the Wu. Und is Coastal Forest going to Mihai. I mean, Mihai is definitely the pretty heavy favorite here. Acropolis will be game number 2, and what we will do is to not get ahead of Daniela, who is obviously tournament host, and we'll wait for her to start the next game before we ourselves jump into it. Because, it would be rather impolite. Oh wow, Daniela's got her own whole transition thing for midweek madness. I mean, the pictures didn't really show much. I mean, we already knew that the next Chronicles DLC would be Alexander of Macedon, because that's literally just the cliffhanger that the first Chronicles DLC ended with. As to the other civs, probably Egypt and probably India, or at least that would be the appropriate name for an ancient era Indian civ. Yeah, so it is gonna. Wait, did he have Georgians as a pick? Yes, he did. Macedonians? You mean Byzantines?
Sorry?
Medieval Macedonians, aka the Byzantines. Anyway. Persians versus Georgians here. Is Persians going to be going for a dock is my question, because there's only 2 shorefish to gather from. But I do think that whether or not it's appropriate AoE 2 time frame wise or not, I'm very, very convinced that we will be getting at least one multiplayer civ. Possums where I live? Yeah, certainly.
Salam.
Timings? Persians can certainly do very well economically. But it feels like the Persian player needs to start to snowball an early lead, especially in Feudal Age, because in an extended Feudal Age game, Persians are a lot better than Georgians, who really want to get to Castle Age when they can. Especially if you're also going for the dock here as Mihai. But once Castle Age comes in, I think Georgians are going to start to look a lot better because of better monks. So if you go cavalry plus monks, that's going to be an advantage to the Georgian player. But I think both civs are going to have such a hard time pushing each other in Castle Age because they're both so strong defensively in mid-game that, then you can start to look for things to go towards late game. And there it feels like your cavalry plus halb combo is going to be better for Georgians. Get a lot of good PR. I mean, I see them occasionally. I don't remember them stinking so much. I mean, maybe they do. I've only seen them, like, scurry past. Or, lying dead on the road. Best siege to push... You mean in mid-game? In mid-game, the best siege is probably still Celts. I would also consider Persians to be an economy and cavalry civilization. Or cavalry and economy civilization, however you want to phrase it. To play dead, I think they're just squashed in the middle of the road. Yeah, Roman Cheap Scorpions are certainly another good civ to siege push with. Salom. Well, Loom coming in here for Matador. Mati. That's what he wants to be called now. They're going up 19 pop with Loom. Nope, no dock. But there's only 2 shorefish here. Keep selling wood? Oh, no. Yeah, Phosphorus is probably going to do a lot more cooking, that's for sure. Anyway, Mihai is clicking up, I guess only a little bit later. And with the power of Persians, he's actually going to be reaching Castle Age at almost the exact same time. And he's ahead in resources, although, remember, he has invested a lot more over here. And then Windy Jim with the 200 bits, thank you so much. And the next, yeah, I have no idea. Because I imagine the Chronicle civs are going to be pretty out there, because that's exactly what the Chronicle civs do. Which is okay, because they're separate from the regular multiplayer civs. I really, truly hope that we are not getting Athenians and Spartans and Achaemenids in ranked multiplayer. They're just way too different. Like, the Three Kingdoms civs still look and play like AoE 2 civs. I mean, other than the heroes, which are kind of silly, but, like, other than that, they're AoE 2 civs. Whereas the other Chronicle civs just have different skins and names for so many different things that it's going to be very confusing. Fascination for Phosphor? I mean, people just like stuff that is very different from the existing metagame. But it's the same reason people like watching Kwong. I mean, I don't really do that, but I mean, that's just not my thing. Romans are good edition. I don't like Romans at all. Other than their Civ theme. Their Civ theme is great. Alright, Bidaxe is coming in. We have that and Horsecollar going to be coming in here for Matador. Yes, Mihai is slightly ahead in resources, but guys, the Shorefish are going to run out pretty darn soon, and then you just have nothing. 30 times in a row? Yeah. Well, I think what people do is they just see, like, one game here and there of, like... It's like they don't watch Red Phosphoru play. They just watch other people run into Phosphoru. And so it's like for that one game when you're watching Viper or Hera or whomever play, then it's like, oh, that's something different for just that one game. I think it was the same thing with Huang, where it's like, it's not like everyone just, like, watched Huang stream. It's just they liked seeing their favorite streamers run into Huang. Alright. Town Watch actually got both players got house. A little bit awkward. Other than that, it's just a regular old Scouts game. Mihai's still looking okay with the resources. He made another fishing ship. He's already fish trapping, guys. No, he used to be White Phosphorus. But that is a chemical weapon, and I think he changed it because, yeah, that's not a great name to have.
سلام.
All right, a little bit of a scuffle here. Getting some damage here as each player. But Mihai's still nicely ahead in resources, and I guess he's just going to add in the fishing ships. New stuff to the game. I mean, he certainly looks at the game in a very different way, and I think that's good for AoE. Name? For this tournament, I have no idea. I would imagine, because it's such a small-scale tournament that tomorrow they'll just start playing on the new patch. Unless they're, like, obviously something broken, then they can always just play on the previous patch. But short of that happening, I would imagine that the future matches are just going to happen on the new patch. But since this game was played already, we're on the old patch still. Because these are Rex. And it's a little unfair to ask the players to time travel to play their tournament games. Oh, okay, good quick balls there from Red. Both players are even getting the wheelbarrow upgrade. And yet, the eco advantage for Mihai is pretty darn amazing, especially since he's currently fish booming without a care in the world. And I mean, Red knows that. It really does feel like you shouldn't be able to do this. The reason we don't see fish booming on this map is that it's very, very easy to just go ahead and pressure this. I don't know the different types of phosphorus. Phosphorus is its own element, right? Bugs to abuse and there aren't enough resources to fix them.
سلام.
I think that they tend to not be super...
آری.
Like, the phosphor bugs tend to not... Like, the only one that was, like, genuinely, like, really bad for the game was the units garrisoning inside the siege tower and just, like, jumping in and out constantly, because that felt absolutely like you're abusing something. And to be fair, he also was the one who popularized the chicken funneling, which I also don't think is great, but, yeah. I mean, allotropes. Oh, that's a fancy word that I don't understand. Alright. Stack Patrol? Was Phosphor the one who did that too? Oh jeez. Maybe he's not so good for the game. Oh, the future old man. Your elements? I have no idea. I'm not too smart when it comes to that STEM there stuff.
Get you us.
I mean, Stack Patrol was literally Pike Patrol, right? It's just like how you would micro your units. But I don't know if you could ever do it in AOC to the degree that you could do it in DE. Thought I know everything. I don't know anything, man. Anyway, yeah, I mean, the economies are getting completely out of control in favor of Mihai. You can't just let your opponent go for the fish boom like that. Exactly how to do it? Oh, okay. Is it time to go back into A-OK heaven? Raising my chemist with southern rural accent? Oh, I'm sure there are. But, you know, sometimes we do that there Ornlu voice. Alright, I mean, more upgrades coming in, but Mihai's on his way up to Castle Age, guys. 1,300 more resources collected, and just not pressuring the fishing ships does not feel like a game-winning play. Also, the Ornlu voice isn't even a southern thing, it's just a rural thing. Like a very cheesy rural voice. Anyway, I mean, now you're pressuring, but it's just, it's way too late. And now Matador's trying to get some, like, find a way to get damage done to Mihai, but I don't see how that happens. Another FC map? We see a ton of Feudal Age play on this map. Just not this particular game, because why would Mihai ever try and play aggressive? But we just saw like a big full Feudal game like the other day. And also, it's not even an FC map. Like, what Mihai's doing, he's getting to Castle Age at 21 minutes with 60 pop. Like, that's not a fast castle. Alright, happy Castle Age here too. Mihai, I mean, Matador is so freaking far behind. Yeah, I definitely don't think this would be counting as a fast castle. Let's see, 3 bills long distance mining stones, so you can drop another TC as Mihai in the not too distant future. Oh, the fox chicken coop analogy. Vills are still by and large going to escape though, and I feel like the damage has already been done. I don't know, what I really think Acropolis is a good map for is to go for a full wall at the base of your Acropolis hill. I think that's the best strategy on this map, guys. What do you think? I hear it's literally impossible to stop. Alright, Matador is on his way up, but again, the 1,300 resources deficit is only going to continue to climb from here. We saw how OP it is, exactly. Alright, archer range coming in. Another... Oh boy, it's time for Georgian cav archers. Big Sag. Anyway, with husbandry in, even the light cav are faster than the scout cavalry. The walls give you hope. Exactly, the walls of hope. Guys, that is now the terminology for that strategy, the walls of hope. Second TC going to be in here for Mihai, getting a monastery. He is doing nothing too wild, nothing too risky. He has a lead, and he is going to continue to cruise his way to victory. Works every time. Nope. I mean, Matador, he's hitting Castle Age. He's got plenty of resources, but he's already so far on the back foot. I mean, lots of relevant upgrades. I mean, that is the correct thing you want to prioritize in this situation, but you've already lost so many scouts. Many more are on very low HP. A fortified church is incoming, which, yeah, is helpful. But, I mean, you're going to have a guy on 3 Persian TCs in just a moment. And 1,500 more resources collected because this fish boom was barely ever interrupted. That does give me hope that they're going to add, in replacing the Empire Wars ladder, that they're just going to create a Chronicles ladder, and maybe only bring back Empire Wars during the Red Bull stuff. Which I think isn't likely going to be very successful, as nobody, not nobody, but very few people would ever bother playing the Chronicles ladder, but at the same time, I don't know, maybe that's a bit better. Anyway, a bit of an overchop right there. Matador going to lose a couple of units. But yeah, I imagine there's going to be 6 Chronicle civs, and I suppose that's enough to make a ladder out of. Gets another snag there, but the numbers are simply not in favor here of our Georgians player. Again, I can't really confirm one way or the other. I've never played the pup. I've been a little too busy. Oh no, this is gonna be big Sag, guys. Not even small Sag. We're talking big Sag.
Et you ars.
Grande Sag. Oh no, all those units are gonna die too. Oh no. Ow. Well, that was a bit of an unfortunate series there for Matador. Two pretty darn quick losses and you're out of the tournament. But that's how it is. All right, okay, well that's good. That is certainly good. All right, guys, so that is going to be it for today. I'm not too sure about... Wait, because I think we're done. Yeah, okay, so here's the deal, guys. I think the quarterfinals are probably all tomorrow. Whoa! Mikiki Kiki, thank you so much for the 10 bomb. That's very generous of you. Thank you, thank you. And welcome to the Wolfpack, the Keeg, Lobauer, Tyhednus, Ninja, QK, Dejake, Ralduf, Lodge, Drakanin, Mike, and TJ Weejay. Welcome to the Wolfpack and enjoy the beauty, glory, and majesty of Ornlu Wolf and friends. As I was saying, quarterfinals are going to be tomorrow, but they probably don't start until the Ling Yen Cup set is over, which is going to be iBuyPower versus Bad Koala, which is going to be same starting time, I think, 7 my time, so 12 GMT. So I'll be probably going to be very similar tomorrow as it is today. So start at 12 GMT and then cast until all this is done. That's the plan. That is the plan. Anyway, we'll go ahead and raid Robo, who's one of the hosts of this event. But thank you guys so much for watching. See you tomorrow.